you know, after a while, you're gonna be like, well, I don't want to hear any of that anymore. Like I can't blame him. Thank you. Oh, did you give me a weapon? Oh, you did. Wait, is this stuff that you put into it? Wait, you gave me 5 things, but it says I can only... Hold on. Oh. What else did you give me that it says that I have better, You gave me the knuckles. The feet. Okay, so hands. Uh-huh. It's only allowing me to change 3. Oh, the body? Why not the body? Wait, why not the body? Oh, because it did go to my inventory. Yeah, because I'm full. Most likely. Yeah, I am. Yeah. Yeah, I ended up buying these shoes yesterday. Do you want? I can give them back to you, so that you can sell them. What is these? Want me to meld the shoes you have on? I don't know what that means, to be honest. Yeah, I see the 2 dots, yeah. Oh, you mean put, sure. Unequip. Okay, hold on. Stop, don't look at my feed. Wait, where are they? Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, okay. Request meld. Eat. It has to use one of the ones that I have, right? Oh, then I need to go to my summoning bell. Because I think I have some. On her. 560. It's 600 something, right? No, the highest one I have is 560. Wait, so we're... Yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh, you have to trade it to me. Okay, thank you. Plus. And I have to do it again, right? Or this one? The selected item level is too low to maximize the material's potential. What does that mean? Oh, because I already maxed out on determination. Okay, I see. Alright, thank you. Let's see now. 5. Lumi said this doesn't change my... Yeah, we were at... Okay, yeah, we got to 561 yesterday. Uh... 586. But then there's the... I gotta really do this. I gotta really someday go through this. Put this here. We're at 590. Nice. Nice, nice. Oh, wait. I'm probably higher because my... bracelet is broken. Unless that doesn't matter. I have 390 causality tombstones. Thank you. No, 590, so I guess that doesn't change your eye level. Even if it is broken. I don't see why it would, though. I would think it would. Yeah, I need to go to Razahan. Razahan. Because I should have just enough to be able to buy a new accessory. They're $395? Oh. Hey, Sage. I could drop off the material I have here at least. Wait, did I go down the wrong one again? Yeah. No, it's 375. So we got 530 versus 620. That's a 56 difference in strength. All right. Yeah, I probably should get that. Yeah, I think that's my lowest one. Yep. Yeah, 530. Other armor. Okay, so the head is 495. 495. Well, so the stuff I bought off the auction house is better than this, huh? All right, let's buy. I'll buy this bracelet. All right, so we're at 590. 597. That was huge. We want to get a. We want to get a ring next. That's my next lowest one at 548. And then 560 and 560. So 2 rings next. And then 2 rings and a necklace. So I'll do accessories first. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is, well, one, I'm gonna put this stuff up first. I'm gonna hold off on doing the alliance raids. We started the alliance raid yesterday by accident. So I think I'm gonna hold off on doing them. That way we end with them. Because I think that would be probably better, since like there's no, like, the final chapter's not out, so it'd probably be a little bit more satisfying to end with those, I think. Oh, I had another one. Do that. Okay. And then we'll do. All right. All right, let's desynthesize these. I can't desynthesize these. Yeah, I was told that if I would have bought the 560 gear, I should be okay to get through the entire thing. So what I was planning to do was just buy the gear when I was eye leveled out of the mission. So I bought the feet first, and that gave me enough to get to be able to do the next mission. And then I was going to keep doing that until it was enough. But I think I'll use the tombs on the accessories first. All right, let's give this to her. No duplicates. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, why she? Oh, I didn't realize this makes you auto run. Oh. Clicking the mouse wheel. Okay. So I think this is the alliance raid, I believe, and we don't want to do that. I'm not gonna do this. So. I think we're just gonna do the next main story. Yeah, I don't want to do mission for Dalmore. No, I'm gonna save that. The accessories, 8-man content should deck you out easily. Varshan wishes to discuss the distribution of treasure. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which group would benefit most from the monetary assistance. Some of the citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Listen, Akane, you are to visit Alaki and Yida Mod. Speak with Matsuya and his people and listen to their grievances. Estidian, I bid you to do the same at Palakistan. I will be conducting my own inquiries at Giant Gale Ground. Nodders. Once you believe you have ascertained the need of the populace, we reconvene at the Miga Dukan. And we know that's the tribal quest. Don't want to do that. I'm in Lurk because of Persona 5 Tactics, but I hope the 14. I'll hop on for 14 dungeons. Hey, alright, ain't no worries. Hey, Ray, you said you were playing Like a Gaiden, right? Man Without His Name. How is the voice acting for the guy who does Kiru? I was seeing some stuff yesterday that people were saying that his voice doesn't match Kiru. And I know you're playing the English version. It doesn't fit, sadly. I was gonna play it in Japanese like I always do. But I was seeing stuff about it yesterday. Oh, Akane, I was so glad that to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Nodders. I'd wholeheartedly recommend playing Gaiden and JP. Yeah, I'm just in the whole mindset that since I started this series in Japanese and played like they were only available in Japanese, and I've played every last one that way, I'm just gonna continue on that way. Like it doesn't bother me at all. Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kalaza lost a hit. Well, I suppose Kalaza loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best as we can be. Okay. I actually didn't hear his voice until I played the Infinite Wealth demo, but I immediately noticed that it didn't fit well. Again, it's not bad. It's just a case of them casting someone way too young for the role of someone like Kiru. Yeah, he's like in his 50s. It sounds like the voice of someone in their late 20s coming out of a man in his mid 50s. Yeah. Subs versus dub. Anyway, I don't subscribe to that argument. I am perfectly fine with dubs. It's just I started sub on Yakuza because there was no other option, so I'm just gonna continue on. That's a shame. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first time to Thabanar, then you must try my special Amara Lassi. It refreshes zest, cannot be beat. Oh, what could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally, I'd part with 3 bottles for a generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I'm willing to go as low as but even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing it from me. I'm going to suffer with infinite wealth because I played Judgment games in 7 dub and I really enjoy those casts, so I don't get why they thought Young fit for Kiryu again. He could have worked as many others, but not Kiryu. That's what I was saying. I was saying, like, I wonder why they got rid of the guy who did the voice acting for Kiryu in 7. Like, I wonder what the reason was. Because I never heard anyone really complain about him. Granted, I didn't play it that way, but I never heard anyone complain about it. So, I wonder why they felt they needed to replace him. Stealing? At that price, you're the only thief around here. You're the one with the spear-toting fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we're still struggling through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me. We might as well have the ugly tower back from scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices, I tell you. If I didn't charge the odd traveler a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the streets. Mm. Mm. That really doesn't work in general, though, because the guy who voice acts Kiru and like, I know it's a different philosophy between East and Western companies and how they handle voice acting. Because usually when you get casted as a role in Japan, it's very rare that you get recasted, or it doesn't happen often. But like the dude that voices Kiru in Japanese, he ain't the youngest guy. You know what I mean? Like he's been voice acting that dude forever. It's been like 20 something years now or something. It's kind of strange. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly.
Accepted.
Hey, thanks for following. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to ends meet. To make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days. It's little wonders that the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kalaza and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd find a way to turn our fortunes around. Now, that was a man who got things done. God rest his soul. You've spoken with the key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Vossarina waits for your report at the Magna Duta. Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah. Alright, let's go this way. Ah, my advisor's returned. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. And be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the skies can be startling to say the least. And there are a few places I can enter comfortably without risking the flattening of some cart or stall. Could you imagine? There's just like a comedy reel of him flying down and just breaking stuff on like a montage over and over again. Or like him flying down and him trying not to break something and then he like falls goofily to the ground. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Pakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from the Yi Delamad. From my understanding, they have always been an independent community, hunters and forgers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs for the most part. Pakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant scale to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between compared to our best years. The weight of the stone leaving Thavanar has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity independent of a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacle to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akalihi in Yidama? Has no one ever asked a dragon why the dragon race looks like them? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, an average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Watch is why I believe we should first address the lack, which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortages of able-bodied sailors in Yidamad. I am reminded as a child, I spied as I made my way back to the palace. I'm reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many varieties of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. You don't think so? Oh, it's that kid. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome. But we will not. Akane Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come. I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. I mean, he even picked a kid, like a dragon kid, as his vessel too. That can't be a coincidence.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadar's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come.
How are they gonna do that?
Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Taxes? Levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment. It takes a village. ID Shower's orphanage was funded through trade in highly coveted goods. Wait, ID Shower, isn't that the one that's in the Goblin? Isn't that one in Heaven Sword with the Mithra lady? Levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment. I don't know. Taxes, I guess.
I see. We create a reliable source of revenue. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Cal Zal seems appropriate. Why not honor one of your most successful merchants? I mean, that's the same thing.
A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well.
That's the best way to
Isn't
look
that
at
right,
it.
men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, Thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Some dude in the back. I can see some guy in the back like, fuck that, fuck them kids. I want to keep my money. You ain't taking my money, that's theft. Take this. Doop, 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 doop. The veteran Radiant wishes to share his gratitude. Okay. Thank you for putting forth Kalza's name. Those who live those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Ishtola. She asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. Ishtola must have finished her studies of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. Yeah. You know, there's that one dude. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been well-oiled cogs for this administration since before Ahiwans assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Oricon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. I still can't believe that I didn't realize that this was based off like Indian culture until we got here. It's like so obvious. Oh, voice acting?
Right, here we all are.
And you can really tell the scenes that are gonna have voice acting. Based upon the camera angle.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed. but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening.
Okay.
For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first.
Yeah, through the stars and all those,
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway.
okay.
Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voids sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
It's a good question.
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Oh, this music?
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact.
Makes sense.
Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner.
Oh, they got the Final Fantasy XI demons. These guys.
Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th.
Oh, and they imbue it into...
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit, In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that void scent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alak's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No, the danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
That's never stopped us
I
before.
assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Count me in. So much for taking it easy.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daemir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built.
I thought
Which
she said
leaves us
Google.
with...
I was like, what? With the restricted section of Namion. Of Gahari's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Charlie.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelf, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Hey, you don't wanna read any books?
Let us be on our way as well.
Oh, come on. You got a bad feeling about this?
Resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Hey, Snowy. Hello. Yeah, I was wondering like what was gonna be the story after Endwalker, because Endwalker like feels like it concludes all 4 expansions. I had no idea they were gonna go this route. Makes sense though. Snowy, did you get your your Steam Deck? Did you get your Switch yet? Did you get your Steam Deck yet? Go this way. If we're to enter the Naminon restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure permission of the form. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of, Scholarate Monachin? He did come to Garaha's defense during the inquiries, after all. Tis settled then. Let us head to the Pimani and see if he's willing to help us once more. I'll walk there. I did. I played it too much already. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Or you like it. I've never actually seen the light version of it, as I have the base one. Well, I'm glad you like it. I enjoy the Switch quite a bit. I enjoy the patch main storyline a lot. Some people say it's filler between story arcs, but that's not a bad thing. You know, I always bring it up every single time someone says that word, but prior to the internet, or prior to being like on the internet, I never heard people complain about filler, like, ever. It's like only something I ever heard about people complain about once, like, people, you know, collectively got together on, like, social media and stuff. But, like, beforehand, like, when I was watching, like, Dragon Ball Z and its 200 or almost 300 episodes, I never heard anyone complain about filler back then or anything. I guess, I mean, it makes sense to me with, like, the ones that are in the thousands, sure. But, man, I there's a time I never heard anyone, like, ever say anything about that, ever. In a way, it's like... Many people complain about Goku leveling up and stuff like that, but I never thought it was filler because they were doing stuff. I don't see that as filler though. A lot of people complain about Gohan going to college and Goku learning to drive. That was filler. Not when I was watching it. Not when I watched it, like, for the first time. No. When I rewatched it, like, in, like, the 2000s, yeah. But when I was... No. Discuss the studio. I appreciate Master Matoya at the age of 7. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thane Creed, as I recall. Soon after Master Luisa took him off the street, he was put in care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life would have been had I pursued studies here instead. A tea at the last stand after a day of lectures. That does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends, sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. That dank cave I studied in was about as far from bright, eerie halls of academia as one could get, but it was wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. The thing I always found funny about people getting pissy about post-Endwalker main story is how they think it's weird to set up future expansions and stuff. It's almost like they just want an ending. It's almost like they just ended a major story and need the setup for future ones or something. Yeah, I don't really understand that complaint either. Cause yeah, like, what do you want? Like, what do you want? To end a story that lasted the base game and 4 expansions and then immediately go into the next conflict like the next day? That's gonna, in a way, that's gonna undermine the ending of like what you just experienced, because it's like, oh hey, here's this catastrophe that just ended, yada yada yada. All right, here's the next guy. Forget about that last one. It's literally gonna. That's what I was complaining with Xenos about. I was like, it's so strange to have like a Smash all these people, right? We destroy all these people, and then Xenos comes around and just beats our ass, no problem. Easy peasy, right? And then the next expansion, some dude does it again. The old man in Storm and Shadowbringers just does it again. It was like, okay, we beat the guy who beat our ass, Xenos, and then this old man comes around and just makes Xenos look like a joke. It makes it undermines the previous experience, because you're like, oh, okay, there's always just going to be this bigger fish that's just immensely more powerful than us, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how you establish conflict without it, I guess. Naruto and Bleach were the biggest offenders. At the end of Naruto, having 40 episodes of nothing happening was terrible. That's the thing. Sometimes filler can be a good thing. It can get tedious if it goes nowhere, but there's nothing wrong with building up. But as I see, Lynch and Pluto took it too far by adding pointless stuff. People mistake character development and filler. Most people complain about filler in anime, manga, and anime. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I don't really see anything bad about developing up the story, because it makes you gotta have your rise to have your fall. If you never have your rise and you just have the fall, then it's gonna come off a bit hollow. Visitors, fight. Oh, look. No. Ah, visitors. Fight esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholarich, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter the Namion's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive foray into the stacks this time, eh? I applied this newfound sense of propriety. Yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb the vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I had no such idea a technique exists. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumptions is correct, the research left behind by House Debamar lay dormant in Charlenet's archives for centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. Wait, where? To what ends, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift. For one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiments aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence, I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of its name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous. An odious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. After hearing the whys and wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason to pretend to not present you the request of the forum's consideration. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Forishinat? Of course, he can hardly ignore an earnest request for this dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Forishinat on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Lavalier estate and plead our case. Oh, and one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. Anytime they say into the void, I can only think of X-Def. My apprentice, my appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours. I'd wager so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scarlet. We will be sure to pass on any revelation. Yeah, now that you say that this music reminds you of 15, I can't get that thought out of my head. It sure does. Ah, Mistress Akane, Mistress Yatola. How may I be of service? We've come to speak of Master Horstefant. Is he home by any chance? Also, now that I think about it, with the comment made earlier that some people about the main storyline, people finding the patch main storyline filler, have they like not played the main story, like the main storyline at all? There's like so many missions that you do that feel like they could be cut because they don't feel like they matter. What is that comment? I remember that specifically in I can remember that specifically in ARR, but I remember that in like, I felt that way in Heavensward, I felt that way in Stormblood, I felt that way in Shadowbringers. I was like, why are we even doing this? Like, if like people think the patch main storyline content can be filler, there's so many things that feel like like they're unimportant that you do in the main storylines. In the non-patch stuff. We come to speak with Master Harshafan. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the master is in his residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Like, once I was told that they cut 20 missions from ARR, I was like, I immediately thought they could cut even more than this. Well. Amicia would invite you inside for tea, but I'm sure this is not a social visit. You have some matter of points to discuss. Details. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Oh, I absolutely agree. I 100% agree. The time they take to explain all the rabbit stuff on the moon, especially after especially after you just got done defeating Zodiark, and then Fandaniel is like happy about it and la 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 la, and then you go over and you spend like 5 hours with the rabbits, and it's like, hello, you know, you got this thing you probably should be paying attention to. Like, you know, like, come on. I understand they're trying to like establish the rabbits and all, but it's like, don't you think your attention should be elsewhere? And they want you to like run around and inspect it. Inspect the whole moon stuff and all that stuff, and it's like, I get it, I understand, but the drama of them feeling like their work is unimportant is not important overall compared to the fact that this dude is bringing about the destruction of the entire world. I remember AR before they cut quests to make it shorter. I completely agree. Yeah, having like once I found out that I was told that AR was cut by 20 missions. I was apparently in both the posts and the base game. I was like, there's still so many missions that you could get rid of that feel like you're literally doing nothing, or like it just doesn't have much to do with the narrative, or even a secondary narrative. It doesn't even feel like it has much to do with anything. I felt that way in the Ruby Sea in Stormblood. Oh my god, I felt like we were there for way too long when we played Stormblood. I was like, this feels way too long. Why are we here so long? And that's the point with filler is necessary for pacing purposes. You just went to Zalt to Babel. You just went from Zalt to Babel to Zodiark. Bunny filler to slow the pace down. Yeah. That's true. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Melty expresses the same agreement. I assure you, we'll not intend to circumvent the Form's authority again, unless it's absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for a good reason, yes? If not pressing the need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, She was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds and saved her homelands from horror and suffering. But brother has given up on the thought of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who fears losing his own loved one and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painfully such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experience in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Basian Annex. Okay, now we gotta go to Basian Annex. There's no talking points along the way. We're teleporting there then. Oh, good thing I didn't switch. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlonet and salted the earth for good reason. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. They served to silence the grumps and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that to allow you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. This is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it's not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you a good day. Why does he sound like he didn't want it to go through? Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising eye. But that very stoicism is exactly what Charlemagne needed to guide it through not one, but two exoduses. Wait, how did she become mentor? How did she become a mentor for Master Matoya if Master Matoya was not liked in Charlonet? But did she just like find her somewhere and then just take her to the cave? That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Demir's research notes, of course. But the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Restricted reading. He's waiting to offer you further instructions. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the annex pages when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted sections. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure. Believe me. May you find knowledge you seek. Shall we? Do they have to do you are escorting this person every single time? I promise we won't break the rules unless we have to. Yeah, right. I like how that was his response. Uh-huh. To think the set of instructions I laughably imagined may actually exist, but yawns away from where you found me napping. If I had known Azadim's 3's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs to flex the mind and look beyond conventional wisdom, a lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Archivist Tola and guests identified. Do you wish to proceed to the restricted archives? Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Naked flames? A lot of books.
If House Demir's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Can I move this? Put it down here. Okay, so if you move it, it just goes back in the middle anyway. Fine. Today, in the world of not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger but trembling, like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinction seems inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this extinguished, transcendent being. Though you are tempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. Doesn't look like there's any more on the bottom. Leather-bound log. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by the Nulhashan, the ninth patriarch of the House of Damir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlene Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek, as Tola will need to make the final confirmation. Oh, did they get rid of the other ones? Bullshit. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Here you go. Well done, Akane. I think you may have found our prize. What's the point of letting me move it if you're just going to put it in the middle again?
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
Well, that's
Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures, a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations.
That's how you went into the past in FF11, was through Atomos.
Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Damir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive.
This
was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Might be a HUD item you can change. Maybe. Let's see. That would be HUD layout. No. Not that I see. For what? The box that has the box that has the like, oh, do you want to do the auto confirming like what is it? The speech during cutscene. I moved it in the corner, but then it just moved it back to the middle. No, it's not here. Yeah, I clicked and dragged it down to the corner, but then the next time it was just in the middle again. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I am afraid this is far outside of my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hannish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Delamere project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to divulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nita Hana can. I'd say we'd return to Thabanar and look for her at the Great Work. Yeah, so in FF11, in the 4th expansion, you go 20 years into the past. Like they always allude to like this great war that happened 20 years prior to the game starting, and like various different storylines. And so you go and you experience it in the 4th expansion. And the way you get there is through the Atomos gates that are laid dormant throughout the world. Yeah, this. I see it just goes back to the middle. Oh fuck, I missed what she said. Ishtola tells me you are pursuing the most fascinating study and you would want me to be a part of it. I have no doubts you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Well now, will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Diamar. I've never even knew such a work existed. You should. It was sequestered in the Nomeron's restricted archives, after all. It was? But that means every word within this is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. Is that the giant gaping mouth monster? Yeah. Yeah, it was it's now a summon, but it wasn't introduced as a summon in Final Fantasy V. It was I don't know if you've played Final Fantasy V. Yeah, what Lumi said. It was a boss in Final Fantasy V. And ever since then, they've made it into a summon. I think the next time it showed up was Final Fantasy IX. Because it's not in 7, it's not in 8, but it's in 9's story. And it's not in 10. But you could kind of say the idea is in 10. With like the sin hole at the very beginning of the game. That's kind of like him. But he's in 11 and he's in 9 and 5. The description matches a couple of Final Fantasy mobs. It does, yeah. You haven't played it. He was a boss in 5. Most people never play that one though. Yeah. You've played 1. They're pretty good. All the early ones are actually pretty good. I thought I wasn't going to like them, but I quite enjoyed them. To think that Demimar were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on Demi Moore's project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlemagne trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big mouth Silicrom once we've built it? So there is a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we finish gathering the components I require. Charlemagne Market provides the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need to go no further than the Fount of Maya. The eccentrics of the old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without this authority to command the void gates. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. Yeah, it really depends on when they created that GBA stuff. Because it could be like Final Fantasy IV too, where like that stuff comes out like blank amount of years later, after like some stuff like has already been established. I had Final Fantasy 1 on the PSP before it got stolen. Oh, that sucks. The only game so far that I have had stolen that I can think of, or that I remember, is I had my Fight Night Round 1 stolen. And someone stole my original Resident Evil 1. When it was when PlayStation 1 games were in the DVD case. I don't know if you remember that. I remember my parents hosted like a get-together with with everybody in the community, and after it, the game was gone. I couldn't find it anywhere. Yeah, it's kind of strange how many similarities 11 and 14 have too, because how 14 has a world that's all about void as well. 11 has the exact same thing too. If you remember, we even we fought it as part of the main storyline too in Rise of Jima. It was the first boss fight that like really gave me a hard time when we replayed 11 for the marathon. I had to try like 5 times. That sucks. I know. Do you have that flask with you? And like the whole dragon stuff too. Both games have like heavy, like dragon themes. I wonder how many writers and producers are shared between the two games. I do know, so like the guy in charge of 11, I believe his name is Matsuye Tanaka. He was the producer for 11 up until the 4th expansion, and then he got really sick, and then he got replaced. But he also was in charge of 14 when it launched. Like, and it's probably why the original one was like people didn't like it, because he was in charge of it, and he was he was known for making shit ridiculously fucking hard on purpose. Like, for instance, like if you've ever heard of the whole Absolute Virtue, which I hear is in this game, and Pandemonium Warden, those were his children. In old Final Fantasy XI, both of those dudes took a group of 18 players to beat, and you had to fight each monster for 20 hours if you wanted to beat it. And I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. It was ridiculous back then. He made that shit brutal. And just think of all the other aspects in the game that he just was like, yeah, this is great. They toned that shit down once he got out. Once he was outed, they had to tone that shit down because it was too much. Nah, out of everything, difficulty had nothing to do with the 1.1 sucking, as far as I remember. Well, no, it's just probably the tedium. The tedium and like the stamina stuff. I didn't pay attention to 14 at all. But if that came out to be his brainchild, I would say I'm not surprised. Because he was known for going out of his way to make so many aspects of 11 difficult. Because that was just what he felt was good. And then once he got replaced, unfortunately, they went through a couple of directors before they landed on like keeping like one definitive one. But each of them started undoing his previous work. and making things easier and stuff like that. So, didn't they perform that fight every time someone beat it the way? Didn't they nerf that fight every time someone beat it the way he didn't want it to? Yes. So people figured out ways to manipulate certain abilities to cheese it, and they ended up nerfing those abilities. Yes. To prevent people from being able to do that. So like there was the summoner way of doing it. There was the Dark Knight way of doing it as well. He nerfed that shit into the ground. And made the drop rate for the item that you would use. There's this item in Final Fantasy XI called the Kraken Club. It's worth like $530 million. Because its drop rate is like 0.0125%. It used to not be that low, but once people were abusing that in the Dark Knight ability to regain their health against some bosses, they were like, "Oh hell no, you got it," and they reduced the drop rate to that thing to abysmally low. Because people would sit there and put that on the Dark Knight, and Dark Knight has this ability that allows them to regain their health upon every hit. And the Kraken Club can hit 2 to 8 times each hit. So you would just see a Dark Knight just go and then get his health back. He would never die. And he would just and things would just die. So they were like, you can't be doing this. Are we out of touch? No, it's players who are out of touch. Well, that is where you find a way. There used to be all kinds of shit. So in it's known that like EXP parties used to be really grindy, which is just, you know, like for instance, if you wanted to get a job to max level back in the day, if you were a healer, you were looking at like 10 months. And if you were a damage dealer, you were looking at like a year, if not more, because there was just so many damage dealers. And unlike this game, you didn't get any EXP from playing the story mode at all. You got money, and that was it. No EXP. So in that game, you are expected to party up with 6 or 5 other people and go fight mobs on purpose to gain EXP points for hours. Me and Ray have done this for years. Years. That's how you were expected to level up in those games in 11. And so what people ended up doing was, so they would get a group of 5 summoners and a corsair or a bard, and then they would charge other people money, and then they would kick the bard out of the party, invite the person who paid. They would have the bard go and grab all the monsters in the zone, put them to sleep, and then they would have the summoners 2 hour, and the summoners 2 hour lets them do this big giant AoE with any of the with most of the summons. And so all 5 of them would do all 5 of them would do it at the same time, and they would obliterate like 100 monsters at one time. And they would charge people money for this. And Square Enix was like, y'all gotta cut that shit out. It was so funny to see though, because unfortunately that would ruin it for everybody else, because people who were trying to do like normal parties, they couldn't do normal parties because people were mass pulling everything. So they had to change. They had to penalize them. No, Odin was given a hit limit after a while. You could do a Odin in the beginning, but after a while they gave him like a hit limit to how many people he could target at once. So what we're talking about is summoners could summon Odin in Final Fantasy XI. He worked a little bit different though than the other summons. The other summons, you could summon them and then tell them commands and stuff to go do stuff and all this. Odin, you didn't directly control. And so you had to use your ability that you could only... To summon him, you had to use your ability that you can only use every 2 hours. Where you didn't have to do that with, say, like Shiva and something. And so what Odin does is he does an AoE death. And if the target you hit is immune to death, it will do damage instead. So it wasn't uncommon to see people summon Odin and like burn bosses by doing like 5 Odins and stuff like that, or something like that. Or they would just pull a whole lot of monsters and they would AoE Odin kill everything. It was a way that before like the level cap went to 99, that was how people got through in Hingar. I don't think you ever did it, Ray, but that's how people got through the chambers, and in Hingar they would Odin burn them down. That shit was rough back then. I remember doing it. It was so rough. Economy. Hey Lander, hello. Good times. It's too bad Alexander wasn't as useful. Yes. This should suffice. Thank you, Akane. This Miguel speed. Nothing like sitting in town for 6 hours to get a party for 2 hours of sitting on a hill killing lizards only to lose the EXP to a Zeus. Oh god. It was so brutal back then. Oh my goodness. It was fun though. Ishtola is eager to depart for the vault. Look who I came across. Justinian seemed in need of a diversion, and we in turn may have need for his lance. Right then. Now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matoya's boat again? Not this time. Once Tola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Alakali. Your Excellency is ever a gracious host. Shall we? There definitely had to be writers. There definitely had to be writers, though, shared between the games, because I didn't realize it for the longest time, but Dalamud and the events of Chains of Promathia are like very similar. Like they have the whole, like the way they create the races in this, and then like they both have storylines of creating like the creation of the races coming along in both games. With like, you know, Heidenol doing it in this one, and they have it in 11 as well. And but they have the whole like where Bahamut goes and he attacks the people once he comes out of Dalamud. They also have that in 11 too, where the Zillert try to get into the gates of paradise, and Bahamut's like, dude, you're gonna fucking kill us all. And then he goes and he obliterates them all. Goes and obliterates them all to like save humanity. I didn't realize like some of the story structures are pretty similar to each other. The ship is yours, the commandeer. Our thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Azadel's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with my own eyes. All aboard the treasure, for the treasure vault. And I already pointed it out yesterday that this whole area, which was a dungeon we did yesterday, is heavily inspired by the area in Final Fantasy XI. Like, this is an underground water tunnel, and there, it's from the third expansion of Treasures of Octurgon, funny enough, where it's the exact same thing. There's these tunnels under the city, like deep under the city, underwater, and they don't know who made them. And they try to like figure out who they make, and they try to discover all the secrets inside it and stuff. And it's called the exact same thing. And when we were going through this dungeon yesterday, if you include the bosses, the first and the third boss, and like 2 regular enemies were all non-FF11 monsters, and everything else was like an FF11 monster in here. Yeah. This is definitely a homage to that area.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
That makes sense.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Kinda.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Might as well go myself. Say nothing and look meaningfully at Athenian. Maybe send a familiar. Send a Athenian, of course.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Surely you'd not expect me to wriggle through that tiny portal.
Why not?
We needn't attempt anything so drastic. A small familiar should serve well enough. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
Seems like a solid plan. I think so. What can go wrong?
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Water, water, froth and foam!
What?
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Wait. She's sad?
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve us well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate, Your Excellency?
Yes, of course.
He's just like, what the fuck is going on?
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
I always froth and foam.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know. Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
What is this? Alright, what do you got to say? I struggle to picture as tall as a little girl. Easier to believe she strung fully formed from one of Matoya's cauldrons. Every time I come here, it reminds me of the dark portal above the crystal tower and the final lash, Elzaja's tail as she sprung into the void. I feel she's been possessed.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
Oh, something ain't right with that second one.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
You sure you want to put your hand near that?
Poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
Whoa. What the?
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
You gonna cut him in half? Ugh.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus.
God, that was so long ago.
The champions of that ill-fated world used a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way.
He's like, I'm having way too much fun.
But first, I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives?
Uh-oh.
Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
He's like, I don't know if this is wise. Dawntel's going to be returning light to dark. I have no idea. Seems that way. The Satrap's duty. Ishtola ponders the next stage of your preparations to enter the void. To the void! Once Nidhana succeeds in replicating the mock Atonmos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nyx ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scales can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. I think that is a problem that we can address without involving the brilliant but busy scholars who created it. Who do we know who excels at that kind of structural augmentations? An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experience at hand, at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scales. Come, let us visit their operation in Raggler's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Yeah, now that I think about it, so was it post-story of Heaven's Sword or Stormblood that we dealt with the Darkness people? The Warriors of Darkness. Which one was it? It was post Heaven's Sword. We got 1 for Stormblood, 2 for Heaven's Sword. I don't remember. It was post Heaven's Sword. What was post Stormblood was post Stormblood was them introducing Emmett Selge. Yeah. Warrior of Darkness was post Heavensward. Yeah, okay. So we get alright. So with what Ray is thinking, we get we did the Warriors of Darkness and post Heavensward, but we didn't even do anything with them further until Shadowbringers. So that's like what, 2000? That's like 2015 to 2019, right? I mean, that's a big gap in time. So yeah, whatever they're establishing now might not necessarily be picked up in the next one immediately. It might be picked up down. It could potentially be picked up down the road, like it was in Heavensward. Or in Shadowbringers, I mean. The War of Garlemald and the build up to Shadowbringers. Because I guess they have to like, because they just spent like from 2013 to 2013, and if we want to include the final updates, so 2013 to 2024, all that time building up like one story arc, or finishing their story arcs. That's a lot. That's a long time. And now they gotta like establish a new one. In a way, though, in a way, it kind of has the similarities to Marvel and kind of the problems that Marvel's going through. Not saying this has problems, but Marvel's going through problems right now where like they established so much the battle against Thanatos, and then now that it's over, they're kind of like, well, what do we do now? And now they have to like reestablish it and come up with something else. Akane, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. The problem with Marvel is now that they are hyper successful, they are rushing things. Absolutely. Yeah, they're in the mode of chasing money right now, which is where they shouldn't be. I fully agree. As a pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find the lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if I could say anything that would surprise me after Metron and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at that talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. See some manner of corrosion is setting around the scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wound. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be able to worry of the applying any components which might upset the scale's delicate chemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casket, one utilizing metal alloyed with high ethereal connectivity so as to not impede with the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you say. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design, just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear I'd never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understand, we know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak out doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I was gonna say, we haven't seen Jessie in forever. And she didn't show up at the greeting of the gathering of everybody. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let us return to the great work and see how Nihana is getting on with the Makatamos. Me personally, I can't really agree with the oversaturation part. Because, like, if you take a step back and you like compare the entire movie industry to how many superhero movies have come out, let's just use like the MCU as like an example. So we're not counting like the X-Men movies or something. It's like 30 movies since 2008. I don't really think that's a lot of movies in the grand scheme of things. Or like even per year. Not really. Like if you have like 2 superhero movies for the MCU come out in 1 year, and 2 movies is a drop in the bucket to how many like movies coming out of Hollywood alone. I don't really think like it's oversaturated at all. I do think though, and not oversaturation, but notoriety. I think that plays a bigger part in it. Like they always, like you don't have to go far to hear about them, versus other movies that come out and you barely ever hear about them. If that makes sense. Because there's not really that many superhero movies compared to other movies, even if you do include like the Universal ones, the Fox ones before they got bought out by Disney, which is like Deadpool and X-Men. There's not really that many in the grand scheme of things. Now, if we start incorporating like animated ones, I get like TV shows, that does widen the gap quite a bit, because there's a shit ton of those. Is it a quality issue? I think it's a quality issue because like right now they're in their phase of this, where like the big bad that they established for, I don't know, 20 plus or 15 years, it's done. So now you have to start over again. You have to reestablish and build up a new foe. So they're in that, call it patch period, where the movies that come out now are not necessarily establishing like a big overarching foe, which, to be honest, they didn't do that in the beginning anyway, because they didn't have the ideas solidified in the beginning anyway, when they started with Iron Man. But it reeks that they're just throwing stuff out right now because they make a lot of money, and it, like, the quality suffers for it because it seems like it's more like money grabs than actual, like, should this movie come out as part of our structure to our movie structure? And most of the time it's like, probably not, but they do it anyway. Fox owning the rights to X-Men, Daredevil, and Mutants was still a huge deal. Hell, they had to have 2 Quicksilvers because of it. Yeah, you had the Quicksilver in the X-Men movies and the Quicksilver in the Marvel movies. Yeah. And the Quicksilver in the X-Men movies, to me, it was way better than the one in the Marvel movie. They didn't utilize that guy that well at all in the Marvel movies for some reason. He's literally a stepping stone in the Marvel movies to set up his sister. I think they also tried to force some of the movies out during the strike, and it really shows. Add in the rights issue and the investors demanding more, as well as the issues with some of their big plans falling through because of backlash against some of the actors. It's a mess. Yeah. Yeah. True. I really hope though that, especially for Fantastic Four, they can get it together, because Fantastic Four, when it comes to the big picture, has always had a rough time. Like, always. That last one Fox made was horrible. The Silver Surfer one, they didn't even get... They turned Galactus into a fucking dust cloud. I thought that was a good idea. It was so stupid. I thought they did fine with Doctor Doom, but, you know, maybe casting Jessica Alba as an Invisible Woman was probably not the best idea. I mean, the guy who played Johnny Storm was fine, right? I didn't think Mr. Fantastic was fine, but they've always had a hard time with Fantastic Four, so I hope that they get their due whenever Disney releases theirs. They've been having it rough.
Hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Al-Zadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless? Heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Celestinian told us of your predicament. For centuries, you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again, too.
To protect them, well, you must take heart. Will you wallow in uncertainty forever? That's mean!
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzadhan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement. in helping Vitra come to this conclusion. His was for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night. It had travelers believing the place wrecked by some unusual storm. What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Needhog, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-clinging grief he nursed for Raxator's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and an ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vitra that pain, I will follow you. An unusual crew we have here. Any other former Scions we can call on? You said the Scions are disbanded. I'd rather not bother our brothers or our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should suffice for our purpose. Now, on to the specifics. Unlike the first, where the light has halted before its devastation was completed, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan as such is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. This would be convenient had we some manner of a base camp near the gate itself. One of the palace's chambers would serve. Come, let us reconvene outside the Magna Duda. If you dance a little closer, you're gonna slip. Although back to the Marvel stuff though, with oversaturation, I do feel I can't get into the Marvel TV shows. I can't even bring myself to watch them. And there's so many of them that I'm just like, yeah, I don't even think I'll start. But I'm kind of anti-TV show to begin with, though. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangement. As you have heard, we will have you settle in the Magna Dua in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azdaja. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our exploration might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Success or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make an attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nihana. If your preparations, preparations to make where we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Akane, but my purpose needs not consume you as well. We head to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience. For you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart, this I know. I watched a few of them for a while, but I've been happy without the TV show, without TV for like the last 5 or so years. Yeah, I'm the same way. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. Okay, hold on. Is this who I think it is? Minos?
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
Creepy design, yes. Very weird. None of them are worth your time. Some of them start off interesting, but they all drop off. The quality varies, and I'd argue most have to be a fan of whatever the show is to care about it. I still say it's weird of them to include some much important info in the shows, though. It's because they only see their products as vehicles for more products. As the TV shows aren't my newest problem, it's the homogenization between the comics and MCU that's going on that pisses me off. Like, you just kill Miss Marvel in the comics to raise her as a mutant solely because MCU is bringing in mutants. The Mandarin Season 1, decent show. Mandarin Season 2 was bastardized to include stuff to promote 6+ planned spin-offs. For me, it's just that for me, it's just that I focus so much on work that whenever I do have free time to watch something, or I give myself free time to watch something, I should probably word it that way. I don't really want to watch a TV show because TV shows don't end, or they take forever to end. And at least, like, if a movie, even at its longest, is like 3 hours, and it's, you know, beginning, middle, and end. Where, like, a TV show goes on for so long, and I'm just like, So that already got me, like, out of like watching TV shows, make me not like want to watch TV shows much anymore. That's just it for me. Like it's just too much, too long. Like I love Godzilla and they're making a Godzilla TV show and I have zero plans on watching it. Okay. In a way, you're lucky you can do this all in one go, almost. Having cliffhangers each month was rough. Yeah, that's why when, because don't get me wrong, like I have so much that I want to play that's going to take years for me to get through now. I put off this entire year of games, so I'm already a year behind. So like when I think about like playing Dawn Trail, I'm thinking to myself like, well, why don't I just wait until it's all out? Because I'm already going to be busy playing XYZ ABC for years to come, let alone the stuff that comes out that year that is going to interest me as well. And then that way, like you said, I'll be able to play it all in one go rather than have to wait month after month after month or come back. And then in turn, that also saves you money because then you don't have to resub just to play a couple of missions and then come back again and resub again a couple months later. I've thought of that. Because like I won't lie, the Final Fantasy XI Alliance raid or whatever it's gonna be, it definitely intrigues me. But then at the same time, I know I won't be able to play the thing all at one time. Which I won't lie, that's not really amusing to me. So I'm sitting here thinking to myself like, well, why don't I just wait until the whole thing's out? That way I can just A to B it instead of month and then wait month and then. You don't want to deal with login queues during expansion launches. Yeah, I've heard that's really bad too, yeah. And it's not like there's ever really a bad time to play this stuff. And playing it day one, it's not like I'm doing myself any favors anyway. Godzilla will show up for 30 seconds every second, and the rest will be CW romance subplot. No, to me, I'm sorry. I don't mean to spoil it, but to me, the thing I dislike, I so far. King Kong versus Godzilla, to me, has been their lowest one they've made so far, a la Hollywood, for these last couple of years, in terms of Godzilla. But I enjoyed Godzilla 2014 and Godzilla King of Monsters. I thought they were fine. I thought it was great. But the one thing about Godzilla 2014 that I didn't like, there's two things, but the one thing is my problem. The one thing I didn't like was that the trailers made it seem like Godzilla was gonna be a bad guy, like he was in the original movie, where they had videos showing him roaring as like the bunkers underground and the doors were closing and stuff and all this stuff. But then if you actually watch the movie, that footage isn't in the movie at all. It's just in the trailer. And then, and you go to watch a movie and it's completely different. I was a little annoyed by that, I won't lie, because I wanted to see freaking I wanted to see Godzilla be a bad guy again. I thought that would be pretty cool, but nope. The human characters in Godzilla versus Kong outside of kids basically pissed me off. I honestly don't even remember them that much. Although, I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Let me see if I'd have to look it up. But someone made a comment on Twitter. Someone I follow made a comment on Twitter about Godzilla. I'd have to find it. Because I just didn't agree with what they said about it. I wish I could find it. Hold on. It's gonna be a hot minute for me to find it though. This would probably be the fastest way. Nope. Come on. Okay, found them. Let me see if I can find them. Yeah, they post a lot of shit. Yeah, this makes me realize I post so little. Oh, okay, all right, found it. I don't agree with this. So I have I like the movies, but I've seen like there is a insane amount of like hate about having any kind of human character in Godzilla like whatsoever, it seems, right? And I know that's like a paintbrush stroke, but it really comes off that way because I've seen so many people just complain about there being human characters in Godzilla, period. So she goes and she writes, she's retweeting to a tweet that says, "I'll always defend this movie." And so she picks Godzilla King of Monsters and Pacific Rim 1. And she writes, "I'd watch more Transformers movies, but I hate the style. And she goes, less humans, more mecha and kaijus. I don't need a plot to be insane. I just want epic monster fights." But so I'm getting, but my brain is thinking, so do you just want an hour and 30 minutes? Because these movies usually don't go 2 hours. Do you just want an hour and 30 minutes of monsters duking it out for like no reason like whatsoever? Because that's what it seems like people want, I guess. But then I think if you give them that, I feel like they would complain that there's like, this is pointless. But that's like literally what they're asking for, is like a pointless battle. But to be honest, I think that would be boring just to sit there for an hour and 30 minutes just watching two monsters duke it out for like an hour and 30 minutes. I think personally that would be boring. And I've watched every last Godzilla movie.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for following. We had that. It was Rampage, and it was what it was. That's what I'm saying. Like, but that's what it seems like. When I see people complain about it, it seems like all they want is just duking out. I think that would be kind of dull. But I don't know. Maybe it would be entertaining like the first time around. But I feel like if they kept doing that, that would. I don't know. I feel like I would clock out. Yeah, we were talking about Godzilla. Yeah. Hey, welcome to the stream. Oh, White Wolfie. I get what you mean, and I think the reason for that is because most of the human characters have been written terribly. I would agree with that. They do stupid decisions. But at the same time, people don't really make the smart decision all the time anyway, though. Not every movie would need to be a kaiju battle extravaganza, but one movie as a treat would be nice. Yeah, if they did it like once, I think that'd be interesting. Sure. I mean, I think that's why King of Monsters does so well, because it's more, it takes up more of the movie than say the 2014 one does. They do it more in that one. Rampage handled it the best they could. It had a flimsy or origin story, is meh, stuck to it, and it was brainless as the game. The Rampage games were fun though. I remember playing those. Those are pretty fun. I didn't watch that movie though. Maybe I should to get an idea. I like Godzilla movies and King Kong, but it would be better to make just one movie for each. They kind of took it too far. I don't normally say like movies should be longer, but in that aspect, I felt like Godzilla and King Kong suffered from coming out when it did, personally, and then also it was too short. I don't feel like they could have They could have spread it out and made it more important if they gave more elements more time, I think. But they kind of just rushed stuff so quickly. Yeah, if you're going to have both of them in the movie, they both need to have, like, equally as important time on screen and relevancy. Yeah. It feels like they were milking it. Yeah. They need more Mecha Godzilla. I agree with that, too. I think that's one of my downsides for it. I agree with that as well. They need to establish it more. You can't have like, you have to like, that's what I'm saying. Like what we're doing like this right now, they needed to establish the conflict between them more instead of what was given. I think that would have made the movie way better than what it was. Their reasons for conflict was just shallow at best. I just want characters to be written like they aren't completely brain dead and needed a filler. I feel Ken Wadamon's character was one of the few highlights with the humans, and that's basically because he's Ken. Yeah, he did a great job. Yeah, he did a great job. See, I think if you have characters go, Godzilla must be behind this, and then get proven wrong, it makes sense in the next movie for them to go, yeah, if Godzilla is doing this, there has to be a reason, and then have someone else be stupid. But to have that same person go, Godzilla may have saved my family, but they are clearly evil. Why else would they attack the shady company? Yeah, that is kind of dumb, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. They made Kong a lot more powerful than he is. Godzilla literally is a mobile nuclear facility, and you're gonna beat him with a giant club. Also, they had to make him a giant, too, because King Kong is normally not that big at all. King Kong is like super tiny compared to Godzilla. And when you think back to his movies where he's climbing he's literally climbing a building. Godzilla towers over the building. So yeah. The Meg movies was cool, but I get the feeling they're going to try to make like 10 of them now if they made a number 2, and I can see the quality going down a little bit. Those movies are, yeah, I have to agree with Prophet. I don't think those movies were ever thought with quality in mind at all. I haven't seen the site. I enjoyed the first one, but I don't like, I haven't seen the second one. I heard it was pretty bad. It'll be Sharknado by the time it reaches. The way they're going, from what I hear, it'll be Sharknado by the time they reach 4. I'm going to ask something dumb. Would you consider Godzilla 28, the Skrala, to have better humans? I can't really answer that, because I'll be honest, I watched that movie once, and I don't remember it that much. I'd have to rewatch it. It's amazing I can be this critical when I sit and watch the entire Sharknado series and enjoy it. It owns its bad quality at very least. Yeah, there is something to be said about that when you know you're going for a specific camp and you try to work with what you got rather than try to make something quality and it turns out that way anyway. Okay, so hold on. People literally try for several hours a day just to log into the game to get auto kicked out of the game for being AFK for 30 minutes. People were making macros to keep their characters moving so that they didn't get kicked. So with the way you prefer to go through games, it's better to wait, like you said, until it's all released and the initial hype is gone. I think so too. Yeah, I agree with you. That trait that's a trait that the MCU really started doing to avoid spoilers, like the Hulk being in the Infinity Stone movie trailers, but only in the actual movie for like 5 minutes. Really? Huh. I'd have to go back and watch the trailer. I won't lie, the last trailer that I really sat down and watched for the MCU before I watched it was the Civil War one. That was the last one that I really like watch. I remember I even downloaded it on my computer in 4K to watch it. But that was because I like the comic book series. Worse than the pathetic, how was that Rise of Skywalkers? Hot Loop, it's still sad to say for me that Rise of the Skywalkers was the last movie I ever saw in theaters to this day. I haven't been to the movie theaters in like 4 years, and that was the last movie I went to watch. It was awful. Okay, I'm trying to read well, everyone else seemed to be trapped on the hype train. I walked out of The Force Awakens with the shiny. I wasn't crazy about The Force Awakens when I first watched it, but after watching The Last Jedi, I like The Force Awakens a lot more. I think it's silly to have a trilogy planned, but between the first and second movies, there are 3 shows. But say someone just watches the first, likes it, then watches the second and have no idea who half the characters are. Yeah. See, that's how bad it was. You can't bring yourself to go back to the theaters afterwards. Yeah, I can't. It was pretty bad. I don't think it was as bad as The Last Jedi, but it was. I didn't enjoy it. John Wick 3 was the last movie I saw in theaters. I haven't seen any of the John Wicks. Please don't roast me. I'd like to watch them someday. I just don't give myself time. There's way too much to focus on the franchise tag by these movie studios. If you don't have a clear mindset for your trilogy series from the beginning, don't shoehorn it in from Fast and the Furious style. I mean, they did shoehorn in the MCU though. I wonder when they really, I don't follow this stuff, but I wonder when they really had the plan solidified for the MCU. Because they had like little, you can see at the end of Iron Man that they had an idea, but it definitely probably wasn't at that point the conglomerate that it became eventually down the road. I wonder when it really like started to get started. It's like, you know, with the Incredible Hulk, I don't think it was there either. I think that came out before or after Iron Man. I don't know, but I agree with you the most part. If it's not a planned series, you really need to think it through if you're going to do that. I honestly always say that the issues with Last Jedi was conflicting directors. JJ tried something with The Force Awakens that was hit or miss. Ryan tried to course correct with The Last Jedi, but backed off on things he shouldn't have. You can clearly see in the deleted scenes, and then JJ tried to force it back to his vision and Rise. Yeah, they probably should have, and they didn't have to stick with the same, I don't think they stuck with the same directors in the original trilogy, but it definitely hurt them that time around. They didn't need to release those in those states. I don't go to the theaters anymore. I don't either. Not really. I find DC movies easier to follow than Marvel's ones. I think it's because they don't have a super expansive thing they're trying to work towards. I got lucky, and I think either Tokyo Godfathers or one of the movies was the last movie I saw in theaters just before COVID. From my understanding, nobody expected Iron Man to succeed like it did. Yeah, because Iron Man, like, it's kind of funny because Captain America is the one that's like, and when you think of the leaders of the two figureheads of the Avengers, it's always Iron Man and Captain America. But up until Iron Man, it was like the Captain America show. He was always more popular. It really. So it's kind of strange that Iron Man just like hit it off in the U.S. and specifically. It's the same way with X-Men though. Wolverine is not the leader of the X-Men at all. Yet he's the most popular character by far, especially to Western audiences. I wonder if they knew that's how it was going to be, or I don't know. Just the way it happened. No, but they had a vision of where they wanted to go and stuck with it. Like they had no clear direction about anything. That's true. Yeah, I agree. They don't. Wolverine has always been super popular. RDJ is a treasure, and the audience knew it. I will always say Rogue One was so good because it wasn't afraid to understand its place in the timeline, and all the characters got the respect they deserve, especially the Vader hallway scene. I loved Rogue One. I loved Rogue One. I thought it was great. I don't think DC did have a roadmap but me personally, I've always felt the problem with DC was the fact it was the person who they put in charge. I think about who he had to fill in the shoes for. Like, they just had the 3 Batman movies directed by Christopher Nolan. And, like, look at all the things that Christopher Nolan has worked on since. They're all almost critically acclaimed or beloved in some fashion. Almost all of them. And he had to fill that guy's shoes. Then they picked, not to say that his movies are not, like, fun to watch, but they picked the guy who did The Watchmen, Zack Snyder, to fill his shoes. And then they didn't also only pick him, but they picked his wife to be the producer for all the stuff too. And I think it was just a position that was far beyond his capability. Like, while he's made entertaining movies, sure, I don't think he was probably the smartest person to pick for a big showcase of that caliber. I think they probably should have went with someone else instead. I've always felt that was their first big misstep. He's giving you, he is, yeah. Maybe that was the problem. I'll never change my opinion on that. Why would you pick a guy who fundamentally hates who Batman is as a character and Superman to lead those movies? Yeah, probably not the best choice. But I don't know how you like. I don't know. It seems like it's pretty obvious they went with him because he had prior history with superhero movies. But you don't necessarily need to do that, though. That's what it comes off as. Like, don't get me wrong. I like 300 and I like The Watchmen, but I don't think that guy probably should be in the big position of controlling the overarching pace of the entire movie series for DC. Not really. No. Okay. Let us continue. In search of Azim, Varshal has glad tidings to share. An excellent timing, Akane. Just a moment ago, I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed their task and are on their way with the reinforced warding scale. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial Atomos. All is in readiness for our journey to the void. I have instructed our comrades to gather at the Great Works. Let us head there at once. When the guy says Batman's not killing people is stupid, I don't care if it's some mental issue. You're crazy if you think he wouldn't kill people. You shouldn't have control of Batman's writing. Yeah, I agree. He waited 5,000 years. He could wait another hour. Watchmen was amazing, but it's played to Snyder's "this world is shit and all characters are awful" style. Yeah. Well, Watchmen is a very mature. It's a very mature series. And it works for that style works for that movie because they're going for that rated R-ness. It doesn't work for DC because they're not going for that rated R style, or they can't because of brand. They have to stick with the originals or with the PG-13. So his style is fundamentally already hampered with that. So you already know I'm gonna say this, but so this Atomos design is the exact same design that is in Final Fantasy XI as well. It's not changed whatsoever. Unlike the Final Fantasy IX one, where if you remember the 9 one, his whole mouth is like super wide. So this is the same model they use in 11 as well. There you are, Akane. I present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial atomos. Though we've yet to put it to proof, its ether is practically identical to that of the origin. A truly remarkable feat in some short of time. Aye, our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Razahan. I would express my gratitude to Nihana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off after bringing the Atomos to the attention to a pressing task, but she said that she would return ere we set off forth. Which would be shortly after our friend from the Ironworks arrived with the warning scale. Did someone say warning scales? Because it just so happens we have them. Is Nero gonna say something this time? Right on cue. It's good to see you all again. But for the president himself to attend? Keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there for the Crystal Tower, at least you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along, see you off, I hope. It's thanks to these three that we could finish the work so quickly. His was the painstaking collecting data that made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years in the void with nary a hint of degradation. Still rocking the shades. As the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. But enough bragging. Here are the scales. Yeah, he didn't say anything when they showed up in the main story. He just stood there. With these, we can search for my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Can you, though? Don't mention it. Midgard some more came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we can do to help his children. Thank you. Well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait. Nihana, is that the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? You would not delay us without a good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. Yeah, the one in 9 was very purple. Yeah. No, it was very purple. You remember right. This one's more... The mouth is is where most of the color comes from with this one. He's certainly taken his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive? Yeah, the kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In that godforsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. But you of all people ought to know that, eh? Yeah, he was not looking good during that whole segment. I remember that.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
What the?
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We
Wasn't it-
couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is no to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use.
Huh.
Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass. So, think only of your mission, Varshan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Varshan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Varshan. And best of luck.
I have something for you as well.
Oh?
While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit.
What did he do?
As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Alzadal's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loporrits. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger.
Oh? Hey? Oh.
Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void.
Where were you storing that?
And who better to bear Heidelin's gift than her chosen champion?
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akiali.
Do you really want to ask Istola that? I do, just to get the snarky response. The same place I'm storing it? Fair answer. The Satra and your fellows have already departed for the vault. Are you ready to set forth? Let's go. I just changed it, man.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Al-Zadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Go. Absorb the void gate.
Oh, wow. Oh, he's getting big. Huh.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
Ah, that's true.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
Death.
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
Oh, it's a dungeon. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Hey Khan, hello, welcome back. Did you want to join too, Hot Loop? AK, we developers know that DPS queues can be garbage, so here's some variety NPCs to play through. When did they add this stuff again? What year? Trust 2019 with Shadowbringers. And then, so the ones that you... Would these be the same? Would these be considered the same as the ones when you do a dungeon and you have those there? These right here? Would this be considered the same thing? Kinda. So like in FF11, since the design of how the party system works is a bit different, or the structure of how they want you to gain experience is a bit different, right? But you can do missions in that game with trust as well. The difference being that, you know how like right now the trusts are available right now. The 11 system makes it to where these guys are available at any time in the game at all. So like for instance, I could summon Estinian, Ishtola, and this dude, and then 2 other people, and just, you know, I could run along the halls, and they'd follow me anywhere I go. That's how the system in 11 works. And then they level up. They have stats, but it's kind of tied to you. So like if you're like level 74 and you get to level 75, you have to re-summon them, because if you don't, their stats don't go up. So yeah, it's I think if I remember correctly, I think 14 borrowed the trust system from 11, and then 11 borrowed the mount system from 14. Because I think 14 had mounts before 11 did. NPCs are levels of you in the dungeon, and they gain experience as well. Yeah, so like there's a whole way in 11 to level up these guys. Like there's all these quests and stuff like that, and there's like over 150 trusts in the game that you can pick from in Final Fantasy XI and stuff like that, and you can level them up, and you can get like rare ones and stuff like that, like bosses and stuff. Trust can level up separately by running through with them. Duty support is just a one-time thing with those NPCs. ARR trusts are random NPCs. I guess I'm wrong on the name. Story trusts and personal trusts are different. So all trusts in Final Fantasy XI are personal trusts, I guess, from how you guys are describing it. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, what's this? Dancing partner? Oh no, I was like right on the head. Yeah, these demons right here, these are common enemies in FF11. If you were here, you would while we played it, you would install them like all the time. So, trucks in Final Fantasy XI are whatever level you are in the game, if that makes sense. So you can call them out at like level 1 all the way to level 99, and they're whatever level you are. That's why like if your job level's up, you have to recast them because their stats are tied to your stats. And you can like call them if you just want to go like outside, just fight an enemy outside, or etc. etc. Duty support only includes main story dungeons and a few raids. I wish they released the offline version of 11 for when the game inevitably died. I agree with you. I hope they do that too. I'm right there with you. I would play the game more if I wasn't so busy outside of stream. But like currently I'm not subbed to it. If I was, I most likely every time I see a reoccurring enemy, I most likely would have. Why is it that I can't like? I'm so confused. I guess that's it. Yeah, if I was currently subbed to the game, I'd go and show you, like, whenever we came across a reoccurring model, like what it looks like in 11 alongside. But I do hope that they release the offline version. Because that would be this game's gonna go through the same motions too, eventually, at some point down the line. And it would allow them to get the experience that they need to, you know, handle that with this when they have to handle it with 11. Maybe they can rework it to be offline just with trust and story content. You can do the entire, when I did the entire storyline with trust by myself, and I won't lie, the final 2 storylines, the final bosses in each of them were definitely not designed for me to do that. But I did it anyway. But if you were here, I died so much trying to beat the final boss. It took me to the brink. Like, I had to use everything I ever could to even get past it remotely, because it was not designed to be handled that way. And when I told people I did it that way, when I told my brother and a couple others I did it that way, they were like, "How the fuck?" So. But they are. You can do literally 99.8% of the storyline by yourself with just trust. So it's already moving in that direction for sure. Or like the groundwork for that stuff is already there. I would hope they would, so that it's just not lost to history. Space would be the problem, no matter the system or custom offline version would be. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I won't act like I know how that works exactly. All I can go on is right now, currently as it is, Final Fantasy XI, if you download it on your computer right now, it's like 17 gigs. Because they've been consolidating it over and over and over again with each update pretty much. Making it use less resources, but I don't know how much of that is... I don't know how much of the stuff that's in the game is on client side. But I don't know the inner workings of how that stuff works. Hey, Daedalus, hello. Oh shit, he's still alive. I didn't realize he was still alive. Yeah. It's a pretty small game now. It definitely wasn't always like that though. Shit. It won't be that much bigger because the assets are the big data hog. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious. But I don't know that thing. I don't know much about that stuff. Storage is so cheap these days, I would rather have a giant game than a dead one. I agree. I agree with you. Oh no. Once you master dynamic loading time for large maps, it's just a matter of storage. I was actually going to look at go look at storage stuff with all the deals that are going to probably be happening the next couple of days. You have a nice rest. Because I actually still play games on my PC off hard drives. And I was thinking maybe I should probably consider buying an SSD. Like, I don't mind. Oops. Yeah, some games require SSD. Yeah, like Cyberpunk's DLC does. Oh, that's a Final Fantasy XII enemy. The guy with like the claw hand. Huh. Well, that's cool. It makes sense. Especially, like, the more assets you're gonna have on screen and stuff like that, the more you're gonna need faster loading just to, like, load the assets in to prevent stuff like pop-up. Like, that's one of the biggest differences between Final Fantasy VII Remake on the PS4 and the PS5. As well, the textures have been, like, you know, upgraded, but it's not like a crazy difference. The pop-in is the bit, I would say, is one of the biggest differences between the two games, or between the two systems. Windows is pretty much unusable on hard drive. I have my Windows on an SSD. I just have my games on a hard drive. I have all my programs on SSD. I've noticed, like, pop-in, especially in, like, Resident Evil 4 Remake when I play it. It's not like this huge detrimental effect to the game for me, but I've noticed it more and more. Or I have been noticing it more
So the gate did open again and delivered the most mouthful
yeah, Daedalus, yeah.
morsels.
Well, okay.
I am Scarmelione, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's circle.
It is Golbez.
Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your grave.
Okay. That's what I guessed yesterday. It's the Final Fantasy IV battle music. Okay, so I was right. I was wondering because Golbeth was the only dude in armor that they haven't used. Shit. No.
My blade thirsts.
Was this the guy that took? Was this the guy that impersonated? He impersonated the king. No, I don't remember which one impersonated the king. I think Gerudo impersonated the king. I know the one that impersonated the king is the very first one you fight, I believe. I can't do anything. Thank you for helping. Sorry, I was looking it up. Thank you for helping. Oh no, it wasn't that one. It was the water one that did.
This Scarmalione, he knew the gate had opened.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
Oh, we've seen that one guy. Yeah, I just read that, yeah.
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
That's true. Let's proceed with caution and pick up what we can. Don't overthink it. We'll improvise as we move along. No, that's wise.
Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so experienced with us. I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
Golbez. Buried memory. Oh wow, so we're like actively here, that's cool. Yeah, you fight that guy on the hill with Paloom and Perum and the Cecile. Yeah. I was thinking it was Golbez because I was like, who else could it be? This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. We are set our sights elsewhere. Let's see what else there is to learn here. From this point on, you will not encounter Aetherites for a while. Should you leave Torre Castle, you may return here via the Weavering warding. Additionally, you may Bashir wears a look of quiet determination. The warding scales exhibit no change. Should be safe to remain here. Begin our search. But wilted now. I would sense Aziz. Were she remotely near, but there is nothing. Might you not call to her? Let her know that you have come. Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that, I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon call is born upon ether, is liable to draw more voids into us. I see. In any case, there is little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated isle. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. An understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well. Let's hope a few of them are capable of speech. Let all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterwards. Hey, have a good night, Breezy. Thank you for helping in the dungeon. Grrr. Grrr. This creature snarls and glares at you. It's unlikely that you'll learn anything from it. Yeah, this right here. This is in Final Fantasy XII. What enticing ether you have. Give me some. Give me some. Ah, if only I were stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Fine, fine. You find someone else to eat, Grumple. I'll find someone else to eat. While able to communicate, this one seems to only think of feeding. Better take your inquiries elsewhere. The mistress's eyes are beauteous, sublime. To bask in her gaze is bliss. But now she's gone. Never again will I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders. What am I to do? What am I to do? This creature mutters endlessly to itself. Not sparing you so much as a glance. Oh, he looks cool. I serve, I obey. Please don't eat me. A dragon. What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. The only one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. But the one we recently caught seemed to know lots. We threw them in the dungeon, but clever ones are tasty, so might have been eaten already. You've learned all you can from these voidsins. If you look in the dungeon, you may be able to find the clever one it mentioned. Okay. Holy crap, you're doing this main storyline fast. If you didn't tell me this was your first time, I would have thought this was a speed run. 8 hours per day also helps, I guess, and the game having new balance to get through the early game way faster than was originally possible. Yeah, I agree on all that, yeah. I mean, we're on day what? Day 70... Day 77. So, I mean, we've been at it for almost close to 3 months now. 11 weeks. I have nothing to share. While those I appreciate had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation worth a name. My experience was much the same. Low-rung Voidsen tend to have lower intelligence, as would seem. Pity Scar Rignaglon is dead. He was talkative, at least. What of you? A clever Voidsen in the dungeon. That would be that would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this Voidsen, preferably before it mellows. Make a meal of it. Yeah, we're to the dungeon then. Yeah, we're definitely getting closer. We definitely have like a week or less to go. So like, since this isn't finished, there's only one patch of stuff that isn't here. So that technically is like from a structure standpoint is going to be slower. But Endwalker seems to be a little bit longer than the other expansions, just by a little bit. But I'd say we have probably like a week or less left. Yeah. The post stories generally have like 40 missions now. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. And so we already did 10 of them. Yeah. And 3 to some are like not even in the game yet. So that's already shorter. We haven't done the Alliance raid. So those usually take like a day and a half, if not longer. So get a little while. It's been a fun ride. These dogs don't really look like anything I've seen before, which is kind of nice. Probably because it's the latest one and they didn't want the current user base to get through it too quickly, and you probably don't benefit from speed up mechanics anymore. No, I don't think it's really that. It's more so that they just implemented. It feels like there's more cutscenes in Endwalker, and some of the things they added, like for instance, like people being able to follow you and you can have conversations with them. Stuff you don't have to do that I'm doing. That definitely makes the time longer. It's a Final Fantasy XI demon. I think those things make it take a little bit longer. Those segments aren't that frequent, though. Yeah, like you get... Oh. It's this person. Oh, Daedalus, you would have been dead yesterday. There's a whole dungeon dedicated to 11 yesterday. You'd have been dead.
You are the friend.
Are you friend? Huh? You're the void sent bound to Xenos. Didn't you fade away when Xenos fell?
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald.
How did it come to be here?
When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
The crystal?
Is that Hydaelyn's crystal?
Okay.
But how? The light just now. Of course. And thus I am returned.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Xenos. His avatar, until you killed him.
Avatar, as in the void-sent servants of Reapers. In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the void to lend him strength.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement. My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then.
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Indeed, it doesn't. Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature. So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Now, you will answer me a question. Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
I wouldn't go that far. Strictly speaking, I'm a Akamatzu. Whatever Xenos may have said, I wasn't his friend. Not to you, at least, not yet. Damn, that last one. That's brutal.
So, you're not a friend. Then... what is it? What is a friend?
Where are you going? Traditional garland art of... Wait, didn't we come here for a dragon? You're not going to search the other cells? Uh-oh. That's not good. How are you enjoying Endwalker so far? To answer that question the way I normally would be a long answer, but it's nice. That's not the incline that I dislike it in any way. It's just I have a lot of opinions about it, and they would be so long. But overall, it's nice. It's not going the way I thought it would go. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from other Voidsent, at least those we've met. And change we witnessed, I suspect it is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. I'm very keen to hear what she has to tell us about herself and about the void. Dark Robe Voidsent. Van Daniel, the Asians, Xenos. Where everything begins, the Dark Robe Voidsent regales you questioningly. So I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? We were looking for a Voidsent with whom we could converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? I beg your pardon? Voidsents do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule in this world you call the void. That makes sense. Pray forgive our ignorance. But what would be accepted as payment? I suspect that coin as we carry has no value here. Voidsents crave one thing, all alone, ether. In return for information, I offer you mine, but not all of it. Mind you, I still need I still have need of my life. Very well. I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. And we have a bargain. If we are to talk about the void, let us do so outside. Come with me. Okay. Na, 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 na. I guess I have no choice. I offer myself. From what I understand, from what I've seen from other people, this expansion has mixed reactions. Some like it, some don't. The only outside opinion that I've had about this expansion, and it's the only one, well, Yeah, it's the only one that I really had an outside opinion on. Was that I saw prior to it coming out, I saw people very excited about this when it was coming out. And I never paid attention to 14 ever, really. So for the other expansions, never seen it, but this Endwalker, I saw a lot of people voicing their excitement for it. It's about the only outside anything I have towards it. Other than that, nothing.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the Void. There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished.
The hell did the Asians experiment on here to
Before the war. The Contra Memoria.
Contra Memoria?
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, void sent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin eaters, darkness begat void sent.
Hmm.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void sent, but only in part.
Only in part.
The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I've neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me void sent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
Then call me what you will. I care not.
How about Zero?
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. Zero, then.
Mm-hmm. I bet you don't care. Here to a fruitful partnership. I think it's a nice name.
A name is a string of sounds. Its meaning has no bearing on my nature.
Well, Zero, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ajdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us.
Oh, who's that up there?
Did you say something?
No?
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of void scent, perhaps.
Estinian can't hear it, but they can hear it. I must say, we are rather exposed here. Perhaps we should continue the conversation within the castle. The throne room is defensible, given a few points of ingress. Let us head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. You shall have it as soon as we arrive. Okay. I will say this is pretty cool, though. I didn't really think that we were gonna be coming here, so... Not only did I go into the void, but my chocobo did too. Oh man, they should create like a void chocobo to where it's like a nothing but a skeleton. That way, they can get away with it and be like, ah, yeah, it's, you know, it's a void chocobo. And then people will be like, why the hell did you do that to a chocobo? It's a void chocobo. Oh, solo duty. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in succession. It's highly recommended that you set aside sufficient time to review. Okay. Oh yeah, it's one of those that you...
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Very well.
Okay. Yum, 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 yum.
You're mine!
You didn't die, huh?
That I should miss my mark.
point again? But we struck it down, watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Death doesn't exist. Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
So unless one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. Ah, my mouth waters at the memory.
What?
Oh.
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Ye drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
Okay. He's gonna summon dragon. Demon.
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger. We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
Oh, that's nice.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier.
Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV's boss music is so good.
So, Mr. Maid, feast upon their flesh.
The castle answers your call. We do well to break up this feast quickly.
Then let's see these guests on their way.
Behold the power of the Archfiend of Earth!
The Archfiend of Earth.
He hastens their regeneration.
You cannot defeat that which cannot die.
bodes ill. Our foe has too great an advantage.
Imagine finding this a true solo without any help. That would suck.
We need to drag him out of this damnable beast.
You like these solo duties more than dungeons?
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
A name for which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
Uh-oh. Damn.
They've been crystallized.
Now stomp on them.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Can't he just summon more?
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Oh, nothing.
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine. However, the debt is debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn Void Scent into crystal.
Attend to the minions first. Be gone! That's far enough!
Man, you suck. He pushed me right into that. You suck.
However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn voices into crystal. Your business grows.
Tremble before my truth, Drake!
Attend to the minions first. Be gone! That's far enough!
Trickery will not
Reinforcements! This will hurt. Another debt to repay.
I must deal with you first. I'll kill you all myself!
return the favor.
Hey, stop that. God damn. I feel like they can do more in solo duties though. Like, than they probably could in dungeons. Since they can focus on one player rather than four.
Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again. What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria. But how? How can you have this power? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet... Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
Yeah, I just put my big ass freaking glove into that little small ass bag. Uh-oh. Damn, we haven't had this in like hours. Go Bears.
You are welcome, seekers of might. I, Golbez, have called you for hither.
Golbez.
I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the crew's gift? In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Why does your armor have abs?
Then honor the pact and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
Oh shit. It's the dragon. We're gonna eat her.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my 4 arch-fiends.
Who's eating the testicles?
As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
Are you all right?
The Void Sense essence remains. But it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmelione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I received my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Okay.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
Now, does this make Ishtola weaker?
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
No.
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya. Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
Golbez.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
Dude, the armor around Estinian's ass is freaking massive. I got to say, there's nothing like ether of the living mortal. I haven't felt so satisfied since my return. In light of the recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer a few of them. We should still be owed at least that much, I dare say. Ether, giving ether is like giving up stamina / energy. taking it all is probably fatal, but giving some or a lot will just make you fatigue. Oh, okay. Justinian looks at you with the piercing gaze as you talk about his ass armor. Akane, you've come to the 13 before, yes? You fought Void Sent here. But clearly you didn't know they could regenerate, else you would have shared that detail before. They seem to stay dead at the time, yes. I was in a bit of a rush and didn't have time to look around and see. From what I know of your foray, I can hardly blame you. Perhaps they returned after you left, but if they didn't, there must be a reason why. There are certain circumstances in which we are unable to return. If you'd like, I can tell you all about this. Please do. The more you devour, the more powerful you grow. But in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls you had come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct void scent once more. Before you yourself return, your soul might be devoured by your enemies or else wild prey. A fate more likely for stronger beings who require more time to regenerate. However, when even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you were. Yet despite his great strength, Sakura Gili managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are there others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware of. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. I believe we understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. I can bind the ether of soul in the crystal. Many wield this power during the Contra Memoria, but I'm the only one left. I am told that heroes of the 13th once sealed gods in stones called Oracite. Are they and Memoria one of the same? Oracite. I do not know this word, but the world is vast, and perhaps Memoria had different names elsewhere, but it does sound quite similar. How does one come to wield Memoria, and what happens to your peers? I've never thought about it. I do know, though, that Voidsent cannot use the power. I assume I can because I'm mortal in part. I see. Why did it zoom in on her face like that? Zero, I wish to ask you about the man called Golbez. He may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, though I cannot say how I know of it. He is powerful, however, someone in the castle may have heard of him. If he is powerful. Then we must try talking to the Voidsent again. Let us entrust that task to Akane. Her echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, she should be able to maintain her composure better than a concerned sibling. That I cannot deny. Forgive me, but will you not ask about Golbez and my steed? Or on the terraces to begin with, perhaps? It's gonna cost you some money, dude. Thank you. We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime. Golbez. Now, I wonder if they're gonna go the Final Fantasy IV route with the outcome of this. Yeah, well, only one way to find out. I'm glad I guessed correctly, though. I wasn't sure if it was him, but once we saw the 4 elements and I did some thinking and I was like, wait, it gets to be gold. Because the only other person that's like that is Chaos, but it doesn't work with Chaos because they already repurposed Tamon. So the clever ones haven't been eaten. If no one wants it, then perhaps. Golbez. Of course I know of him. Only a fool without ears wouldn't. His archfiends lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless, those who cannot fight. If you don't want to be eaten, then you had better flee, though soon there will be nowhere to run. It seems the archfiend keeps only those who are fit for battle. Others must escape or be consumed. Okay. If the one who devours her dies, perhaps Mistress will return. Then I may bask in her gaze again. Golbez, you say, my mistress spoke of him as she stomped on me. He commands the Archfiends. He is very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle for them. Yes, he did. It seems the Archfiends have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them. Tasty one returns to tempt me. I must eat you. I mustn't eat you. Dun, 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 dun. Golbez. I know of him. For those I've eaten, he has minions. Those minions have minions. No one ever sees them. With his armies of minions, Golbez would seldom have need to act personally. It would not be easy to reach him. You can toggle the weapon sheath, but of course you need something to complain about. What, weapon sheath? What do you mean? This? I have it on. Or off. Tired. Welcome back, Akane. Were you able to learn aught of value? So this Galbaz. So countless voids sent answer to archfiends, who in turn answered the Galbaz, who secretly winged Daedalus, as your vision did suggest. Scram Gilani's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the Archfiend conquer other domains. The question is, how do we reach Galbaz if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? We could target his other Archfiends, or perhaps those who fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we cannot do much while we're stuck on this isle. Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I'm determined to save my sister, Azaja. Is there even a faint possibility that Galbaz has her? Then I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest? Forgotten the way of my world already? If you want help, offer payment. None here will aid you out of the kindness of their heart. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this a request? Or is this less a request and more a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? If you accompany us, we can offer you protection. Surely you must desire something. Name it. If you accompany us, we can offer you protection. She didn't really seem like she needed to be protected. I have no purpose. Why would I desire anything? That's why I didn't bother to resist when the ones here fell upon me. What matter in a world that's already dead? By that logic, you've no reason to refuse our request. The payment needed but to be your satisfaction, correct? Did I not say that as much from the start? Very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us. Whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it in Ethan. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous. Fair point. Where to now? Either a place the Archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and desertees may seek sanctuary. I know the latter. I'll take you there. I assume you also know how we can get off this isle? I was brought here on a mount. We can leave the same way. Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terrace. Given our number, we need a large one, but regardless of the size, all can be won over with ether. Excellent. Let us go and find our mount at once. Oh, we're being watched. Not good, Lord Galbaz must hear of this. Hey, take it easy, Lander. We should be able to find a mount here. With the castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little ether, which should suffice. Are you ready?
There it is.
That looks like something out of Doom.
Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
Yo, it's another Final Fantasy XI monster. It's the Soul Flare. And the Sea Monk. And that one. At least they tried to make the Sea Monk look different.
What is this place?
My domain.
My domain. Oh, and the
In
flan.
the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone. But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs.
What's that?
Mortals! They're mortals!
What did I sleep at? Let me have some, let me have some.
Uh-oh.
Not fair. I'm almost finished.
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
Okay. Oh, are they not? Or were they only in cutscene? No, that one wasn't. This is my dough. My dough. Others won't come near, so you may be at ease. While they know their place, if tantalizing ether were to walk by, I cannot guarantee they wouldn't pounce. Well, I mean, then they would die. It is a void sense nature to consume, their sole purpose. Even if the pursuit of ether may lead to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. But any who succumb here will have to answer to me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it is absolute. Dun, 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 dun. Having given you due warning, Zero would leave you to your own devices. Consider yourself duly warned. If you wish to go among the void sent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master or another, but whether any of those masters in turn serve Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we learned all we can, let us reconvene at the yonder palace. Nodders. You're going too, of course, in which I shall accompany you. I wish only to observe. Do not expect me to help. Then it's settled. I'm ready when you are. Ready? Then lead the way. I leave it to you to decide whom we speak. Yeah, company. Yeah, so this right here is the Final Fantasy XI monster. It was introduced in the second expansion, Chains of Promathia. It's one of the monsters that has the Doom on it. Ray, would you agree that Doom in 11 is a bit more menacing than it is in this game? From the little that I've experienced it seems like it's a lot easier to manage in this game than it is in 11. Under that, guys, this dude's a major pain in the ass in 11, because he has two moves that can give you Doom, and getting rid of Doom in that game is it takes a lot of work. So he can kill a party pretty quick. But they didn't change him. He looks exactly the same. You don't really see them too often, though. This one up here, they at least changed it. This is the DNA of what a sea monk looks like in Final Fantasy XI, but they gave it a new skin. In Final Fantasy XI, they're orange and black, but it's the exact same design, just different. It just made them look a little different color-wise, but same design, same animation. This little guy we don't have, though. We got the Heka eyes. The one in 11 looks very different from this one. So that's not the same. Doom is only a threat when it's difficult content in 14. There's a fight in Savage that Doom's only 4 seconds, so it's pretty much you only have one window to erase it. So I explained how Doom worked once before, but I'll explain again just to show you, just to give you an idea of how much of a headache it is. So in 11, there's Na spells at the end of them. So you have Poisona, Blina, Curse Na, etc., etc. Paralyze Na and stuff like that. And then you have a race. A race can get rid of some, but not all. So like it can get rid of like blind and paralyzed, but it can't get rid of all status elements. So like you can't get rid of Doom. You have to use Curse Na to get rid of Doom. And then a race can only get rid of 2 status effects. And you have to do special things to get it to erase more than just 2 at a time. So the way it works is 1, you have to use holy waters, and holy waters only have a 10% chance of working. So when you get Doom, people will just start spamming holy waters over and over and over again, and there's no guarantee that it would actually work. So you can see someone for 10 seconds, and then he dies. It's so funny to watch when it happens, which sucks. And there's no way to make the item like better. It's just the way it is. Or the other way of doing it is relying on a white mage to use Curse Na. But then even that has its own special caveats. Unlike the other Na spells, which work 100% of the time, unless the monster has an aura, then the Na spell won't work. Curse is tied to the white mage's healing magic skill, which I don't think this game has. But every job in Final Fantasy XI has skills. So for instance, Monk has a hand-to-hand skill, but since Monk can use like 5 weapons in Final Fantasy XI, you have different skills, like Final Fantasy II. So white mages have healing, enhancing, and divine magic. So you have to have your magic skill maxed out, and how much skill you need is based upon the level of the monster inflicting doom. But then you also need to have gear on that has Curse Na Plus, because it works in percentages. So you have to get cursed to 100%. And if most of the time when your magic skill is capped, I think it offers you like 30% chance of working, and you need to get the rest from your gear. So, not all white mages have the same gear. So some can get it off in one go and some can't. So you just gotta kind of like roll the dice on who can and who can't. I didn't realize it, but this is actually also a Final Fantasy XI monster. You don't see it that often though. These are only come out at nighttime. But it's a wolf. It's an undead wolf. They made it larger in this game, and the spikes on the back, it doesn't have those in 11, but I didn't realize it until this now. That one's a little bit changed. 11 doesn't have that at all. That's fairly new. This flan, though, this is the... so in FF11, this was introduced in the 3rd expansion. All the flans in FF11 look... they're all purple, though. So it being black, it doesn't look like this at all. But yeah, this is exactly how a flan looks like. This in FF11, this is a soul flare. They're a bit of an asshole because they can get in 11 they can get a barrier that makes them invulnerable to magic damage or any kind of damage depending on the flare you fight. And I brought it up in Final Fantasy XI. This is the fate of blue mages in Final Fantasy XI. So the art that they practice to learn the abilities, eventually they all know that they can't contain it as they age. And this is the inevitable outcome that all blue mages turn into in FF11. They turn into a soul flare. And then this is the imp from FF11 too. But there's 2 types of imps in that game. There's one that looks like this, and then there's one that's purple. The purple one is the one you see more often. You have to go into the deeper areas to see this version, but this one's in it too. And they look exactly the same. It's just this one's probably like 50% bigger than how they look in Final Fantasy XI. But the only thing difference is this thing doesn't have a horn. And the ones in FF11 have a horn right here. And it allows them to do AoE silence and AoE amnesia. And amnesia in that game makes it to where you can't use your abilities at all. It sucks. And there's no way to remove it. You have to wait out the status effect. It sucks so bad. Hey Ram, hey Intra, hello. Doom can be cleansed. Others have to heal to full, and some other specifics to stand on a platform. Very inconsistent debuff to cleanse. That reminds me of how crafting used to work in 3.0. A lot of the skills are RNG percentage based. So imagine having that one more durability left and fail because of bad RNG. Huh. Yeah, crafting in this and crafting in 11 are very different. I was in a fight. 14s is definitely much easier to deal with than 11 from what I remember, because in most cases you can cleanse it unless it's tied to a specific mechanic. Yeah, most of the time in 11 you can't get rid of it. Ask about the plaza. This is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everything out. I don't recall this statue though. However it came to be here, I certainly didn't wish for it. This really looks like something from Doom. Stay away from me if you don't want to be eaten. Stay away. Galbeth. Galbeth. I've heard that name before. I remember always speaking of Great Crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. A crusade, you say? And from whom did you hear this? Far, far, Elo. He was a minion of another minion who went on and on about terrible things he saw. I see. Perhaps Farfarlo could tell us more. Are you one of the mortals? It is true. When you die over there, you really die. So it is. So it is. What brings you here then? Ah, yes. Galbez. Nice. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all. Perhaps he's gathering enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strength. A sure sign that he is about to make a move. This domain section feels like, do you know that FF monster? Do you know that FF11 monster Absolute Virtue doesn't show up? Yeah, I know Absolute Virtue. I fought him. It's a right pain in the ass. What a strange place. Yeah, that fits. Ray, what if I told you? What if I told you, Ray, that they made a level 1, level 19, 119, Absolute Virtue, and Pandemonium Warden in Final Fantasy XI? Would you believe me? I call this my adieu, but spend hardly any time here. I return only for meditation. While physical wounds can be healed by replenishing one's ether, you cannot preserve your form if you lose sight of yourself. Such is the risk inherent in consuming another soul. It deludes your sense of self, alters your inside and out. To guard this, I meditate, visualize who I am, in a place of all my own. Wait, is there more to speak of here? Hold on. Oh, no. That was the orange thing. I thought it was a check mark. I only read about that fight before the nerf. I gotta say, those poor gamers. Yeah, it definitely was a different time in gaming. They wouldn't dare do that stuff again. Those headlines they got of like people passing out and stuff like that, they don't want that reputation. To walk around with her like that, you're her minion then. You know I don't take minions. She has some questions and I want you to answer them. Galbez, I don't know that one. Only Salitha Cat. When she led us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Salitha was a powerful Voidsent who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, though, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. Satisfied with what you've learned? But let us step away before you become too tempted to resist. Okay. Absolute virtues in a different zone. It seems the rumors Golbez each reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume that he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Fafarelo once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving an archfiend. I suppose I should explain. Farfarel is the weakest among us. Constantly in fear of being devoured, he seldomly consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Siri Otto. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's ether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfarel, I presume. Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Okay. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. Dude, they got the Final Fantasy XIV.
Not only did
Oh, fuck.
I struggle to believe it. They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal.
Not only did the mortals conquer Troya, they defeated Scanlion. There is more, my lads. They were aided by one of our world who transforms Skull into a crystal.
Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye. Yet the very notion was an absurd! Drowned in darkness. That's what we all.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer.
Scar
Were he
Million.
alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez.
Okay.
I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
The insolence. No place.
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
My lord. I love it when they use the old FF music from their respective games. For Felio keeps to the fringes of my domain. This way. Voidson here don't answer to a master. They can do as they please. But all must answer to the hunger and seek out prey when they need ether. Except for Farfelio and Citurello. That is, they are content to take one from another. Barring an incident, they dare not venture out. When he takes flight, Sachira will not seek shelter until he is utterly spent. Farfello, on the other hand, prefers to hide in the same place. Okay. You go in here? Oh, it's the lady that looks like she's in from SMT. Yeah, this thing. Oh, whatever will I do now, Whimper? Chichiro, is this rather unexpected? Where is, Farfelio? Gulp. Farfelio isn't here anymore. He left. Yes, that's right. Left? That doesn't sound like him at all. He's gone, alright? Why don't you do, what more do you want me to say? And off he flees, as he is wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of, Cyrilat's behavior? He seemed frightened, perhaps someone has threatened him? I don't think he was telling the truth. I doubt it. He had been threatened. He wouldn't have found. We wouldn't have found him in one place, or he would run in circles until he could run no more. That is his nature. As he says, Farfilio is gone, but that is quite unusual. As is the fact that Cecilia, who was certainly frightened by something, chose not to flee, but instead hide here, where Farfelo usually... No. We must go to Chichila now. Oh, okay. Chichira, we need to talk. There's no time. The wind rises. We must flee. The wind rises. What is he talking about? After him. The wind's rising. No, you can't go that way. What's gotten into you? What do you mean the wind rises? When the wind rises, she comes. Barbarcia. Barbarcia? Who in the world is that? We must flee, all of us. There's no time. I don't sense anything, but he seems convinced. It's a dead end beyond. We'll corner him. Okay. We're doomed. There's nowhere to run. What are you running from? I already told you, Barbarcia, the Archfiend of Wind. Archfiend, you say? We will be devoured or forced to serve, to fight in the crusade, but it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her and her enemies. I didn't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. See, that explains everything almost. I thought it was Farfalio who used to serve an Archfiend, not you. No, not you. Not you who always runs at the first sign of trouble. You who now speaks as though you were Barbossa's minion. There's only one explanation. He devoured Farfelo, didn't he? Indeed. That would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So is that the way of it? Did you devour Farfilio? And not just a portion of his ether, but his entire being? How did you know? It wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange, as if there was more than you present. Now, I don't believe you would have lost control More likely it was at Farfello's behest. I cannot hide anything from you. I admit it, Farfello didn't leave. I ate him. He feared Barbarcia more than anything, hated the endless fighting. So he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. For all the good it did, I can still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened, so very frightened. That is messed up. When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer. And though you had no control, your consciousness in part endures. Were this a world where the wheels of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here. No escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfello must have been desperate indeed. And now that desperation has joined with Cicitero's fear, driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten, neither me nor Farfello, but there's nowhere to go. Nowhere. Then tell me, Barbarcia. Then tell me about Barbarcia. I know, I would know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here, and no one can escape her winds. No one. It's too late.
Amarycia! She is come!
Oh. There?
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
Oh, how little you know.
I can't bear it! Eaten and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
One of the Archfiends approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
She's here. That's a big sword you got there. She looks cool.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbariccia.
Barbariccia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken, save in reverence and fear. And what is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery.
Uh-oh. Damn.
Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell?
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
What's the plan then?
Kill her. We go after Barbecia. What else? If we go, we'd be playing into her hands. Who cares?
Indeed. Yet she will have the upper hand in her domain. We must be no less than fully prepared.
This whole place is their domain.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Barbariccia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
Does anyone have cannons on this island? I assume this is going to be a dungeon. The less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone's ready, let us set forth. Indeed. And yet, my heart weighs heavy for Barbecia struck down. For those that Barbecia struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment, Zero? For what? Barbecia took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be. Agreed. There's no time for sentiment. Only battle matters now. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. The wind rises. Zero has a word of warning before you go to face Barbacia. A word of warning? Barbacia spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the memoria will suffice. I cannot wield the power at will. I'll try, but there's no guarantees. I can't wield the power at will. And well then, you had better hope it favors you when the time comes. Rest assured, this won't be our last opportunity to learn about Azdaja. If another archfiend were to fall, Golbez would surely be compelled to respond. We need only wait for our quarry to come to us. Indeed, if our struggles with the Simulacron taught us aught, 'tis that we must hold nothing back when facing an archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and steal her away at the earliest opportunity. If we're all in agreement, then let us be off. We travel to Nisaroch. I keep forgetting which expansion you're on. We're on Dawn Trail. That hair?
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
You gotta love how Obsidian is so attack first.
Leave these ones to us.
I see to Barbaricia.
Barbaricia. Oh, there she is. Oh, it's gonna be a trial. Oh. Oh, not a dungeon. Is that hair? That is hair. Sure, yeah. Hold on. All right, who all wants to join? Snowy, you out? Let's go. I know you got your character already here. Come on. Is your in-game name the same as your Twitch username? What if I could? Gotcha. Does anyone else want to join? Dun, 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 dun. I'm still on early Endwalker. Yeah, wait till you get the Dawn Trail. You're slightly ahead of me in this game. Alright. Final days. Wait, 12 and 6. What? Damn. That was instant. That was literally instant. Damn. Makes you wonder when we tried that freaking trial the other day. We couldn't get in around this time. No, I haven't been lucky. The last two trials, we couldn't get in before stream ended, unfortunately. She is tall.
Come, give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
She looks nice. What kind of nice you talking?
Such rich, exquisite evening. My hair shimmers with anticipation.
Oh, her health is going down way too fast.
Try this.
That one guy right there is not moving at all. Well, now he is. Maybe his mom told him that dinner was ready. I'm playing video games.
So strong and free.
Damn it, dude. Oh. Man, I was literally there. God damn it, can you stop that humming? I didn't tune into the stream to hear you humming, bitch.
fair wind blow.
No, not this again. It's not died last time.
You feel it too, do you not?
Oh yeah, I feel it all right. No, I'm gonna die again.
You've done well to last this long. But the battle has only just begun.
So I need someone else to die so I don't feel so bad about being the only ones that died. Whoa, what the? Whoa. Uh-oh, he's about to do a sheeple. It. Very anime. Well, I mean, it is Final Fantasy.
I'll make it quick.
Nope. Help, please, help. Somebody send help. Oh my god, she is going ape shit. Oh, fuck, fuck. No, we're touching. Stop it, we're touching.
Don't underestimate me. Feel my fury. Know your place.
Ma'am, not this shit again. No. Dude, why do you no? He ran it. Come on. This dude literally ran the circle right off me.
I'll break your every bone.
He literally just killed me.
Be gone from my sight.
Damn it, I'm the only one that died and I died twice. The second death wasn't even my fault. It just literally drive-by killed me. That was pretty fun. The bard died too. Oh, did he? Okay, I didn't notice. No! That's the dude that drive-by kills me. I ain't giving him that.
There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet.
You're finished.
Damn.
Damn it all!
She's like, you get no time. Yeah, that was actually pretty. That was pretty fun. You guys are late.
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered. The day is ours.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about Ashdaya. So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless. We have deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Golbez.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
Whoa. What the?
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
I wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
Warrior Light, I would like, you can use this, to craft great weapons. Though Zero remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern, at any rate, being part voids and her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let us observe her for a while as we discuss our next move. Everybody can observe her except Daedalus. Dun, 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 dun. Thanks for the GGs, by the way. Thank you. Damn, he's tall. Holy shit. I didn't realize they made him this tall. Jeez. He towers over me. What about you? Oh, I'm like barely taller than her. Concern is writ plain on Varshal's face. How long do you suppose she will remain this way? I haven't the faintest inking, nor can I say whether the ether we can afford to share will be enough to awake her. Would be best to take her back with us to the source. There she would be guaranteed all she requires. Zero cannot give her consent, but it would seem we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave her here defenseless. Should she later desire it, we can bring her home. Nodders. 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 Akane, I asked you hold on to Barasia's memoria. It may yet serve a purpose. Oh, what happened to her? You have business with Zero? We have a newcomer, a former minion of Barcia. Let her know when she wakes, will you? Barcia's minion. Why not go and find this newcomer? So we have something to tell Zero, if nothing else. Indeed. Maybe, may I trouble you to join me, Akane? With luck, we might even learn something of Golbez. Gulbiez. He's a dragon man now, no longer a boy. Dude, he's tall as fuck. Yes, you're the one who failed Barcia. I won't make trouble, I obey. I'll obey, so please, let me stay. If you would obey, then tell me all you know about Golbez. There isn't much I can tell. Only archfiends are allowed into his domain, wherever it is. None but they know. I see. No better way to guard oneself than to keep one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions afield? He has these scepters, staffs, whatever they are. He uses them to talk to those far away. Not unlike link pearls at the least in function. That will be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I'm satisfied. Let us rejoin the others and head home. He's a spy, isn't he? Whenever Barcia moves their domain, some would get left behind. No such worries here. He's a spy. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart? No. Are there fishing spots here? No? I guess not. Alright, well, let's leave. What? I was just checking. Back to Troia, then, and then when's home? Then's home. Nodders. Nodders. Yeah. Oh, wait, who's carrying her? Nodders. Meanwhile, no meanwhile. Wait, that's the dread music. Sorry, Snowy. Not allowed. I'm on carry duty. What does nodders mean? It's just you nodding over and over again.
Ah, you're all safe. Thank the sisters.
Pretty much like an agreement.
A moment while I close the gate.
How are you gonna fit that? Alright, never mind. Have a good night, Snowy. Don't forget to wipe
There.
off the drool in the morning.
We may rest easy for now. Was there any trouble? I expect some void scent slipped through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Where's their bodies?
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Vashan. Welcome home.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
Damn. Well, I'm wet now. Whoa. Mistress Matsu, we have been expecting you. If you would follow me, I will show you to the guest chamber. I like that name, Mistress Matsu.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned 12 times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Zero.
It all started with Zero.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food.
You've been looking at her
you
form.
promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine harnish cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
I was studying
She
her
looks
form
like
too.
any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part void sent.
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is void sent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Fandaniel. Were Zero wholly void sent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
The graphics in this game are shit. So this game
It is
sucks.
no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
I can play COD, a new Modern Warfare, in 4K, 60 FPS, Omega lull textures. Why on earth would I ever play Endwalker with its 720p PlayStation 2 graphics? She's breathing appears to be less strained than when it was in the 13th. Don't tempt me. Never one to remain idle, Ishtola would tend to a errant. If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales functioned admirably, it would be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I shall do the same for this vessel. Then I'll go and meet with the soldier, share with them what I learned fighting the Void Stint in the 13th. What have you, my friend? Have you any immediate plans? Nothing in particular. I'm just worried about Zero. In that case, might I trouble you with a small task? I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Maria Maran's and ask for suitable refreshments? Sure. Excellent. In the meantime, Mihana shall watch over Zero. She's already en route. Let us each then tend to our respective businesses and reconvene anon. He thinks this is PlayStation 2 graphics. Nah, it's what I see all the time online. People are like, "Oh, there's this fucking game that sucks ass. It looks with its PlayStation 2 graphics or PS3 graphics." And it's like, bruh, there were some really great looking games of that era. What are you talking about? Sure you want to die on that hill? If you lock Island Sanctuary, you have the option to say you'll tend to your island. Oh, really? Huh. You get your own island in 11, but I imagine in this it's like far more fleshed out. Oh, Wandering Minstrel. It's a spreadsheet simulator, the Island Sanctuary in a nutshell. You can raise like animals on yours in FF11, and you can do gardening, mining, you can fish, raise all kinds of animals, and then they give you stats and stuff. Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, this minstrel. Oh, I see. It's only trials. I didn't realize this. Good news. Good gods, a battle in the void. You certainly waste no time seeking out newfound adventure. By all means, regale me. Oh, fuck, I did. I didn't realize I had it on auto. A world without death, where the strong devour the weak. A man and a woman touched by darkness, who possess power to seal void scent. Fascinating stuff indeed. She was touched by darkness. But this archfiend Barcia, as cruel as she is ravishing, though she is fearsome enough by your account, I cannot help but wonder, what if she had devoured more of the great worm's ether? How terribly bright might her soul have shone then? Yes, they come to me, the beginning of a new verse. Pray listen if you will. In the armor back from the shower lair, the knight with the steely voice declare a dragon's freedom he did steal. The victory in his created seal. When made a flash, Archfina fair, his tied her long luscious hair. On the dragon's soul he fested well, temper free to toil neat. Fighting is fighting to devour, devouring to fight. Should the day come when this wheel is broken, would a void scent greet her end with the wail of anguish? Or would she heave a sign of relief? Whichever it may be, 'tis ironic to think that a soul would had sought freedom for so long should end up being imprisoned in cold crystal. Thus I would sing of that final battle, for in that lightless world, 'tis in such a moment I believe that their lives shine the brightest. Then, let's do an extreme. I've done an extreme. I just got carried through it, but that doesn't mean I didn't do it. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Let's I guess we go back. Wait, shouldn't this be off my? Oh no, this is the other. Yeah, this is the raid. Never mind. I want to ask a question, but then I don't want to ask a question. So many side quests. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. I probably have like 500 of them to do. Probably more than that. C. 147. Not enough yet. Oh. 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 Excuse me. Welcome to the Marham Marine. Please make yourself comfortable. What? I guess that the sad trap has collapsed from hunger. Oh, of course. I would be so happy to help. You need only tell me what you desire. Something, your most expensive dish. Just for good measure. Something light and refreshing, like fruit, perhaps. A rich and hearty meal with plenty of meat. A modest quality of living mortal ether would suffice. I'm afraid we don't serve that particular delicacy. If I may, I would recommend something gentle on the stomach like these apples here. That just come in, and I can guarantee their freshness. Afterwards, once your guest feels better, she's welcome to sample whatever else we can provide. Just let me know. Well, I haven't done like the yellow dot side quests. I haven't done them since ARR, but I did a shit ton of them in the ARR. Some maps are clear of them. No. Do. Excuse me. God damn it, I'm wet again. Welcome back. Least you worry, Mistress Mihana has been taking good care of our guests. So, if you skip side quests, I would say he has weeks worth of side quests to do. I believe it.
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here? There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful!
He's gonna cut you down.
What is this? Some sort of fiend?
A fiend? Where is it? Where?
Oh my god.
But this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door. So to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
And she just Scooby-Dooed her. That's a lot of apples. I only eat like one.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow.
Yeah, what?
That's the way. So, did it taste good?
So you're gonna say it tastes like shit?
I don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether.
My ether
But I
tastes
loathe
good.
the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die. And I have died, countless times.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force. The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
The question
Estinians,
of
like,
taste
what?
aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake. You managed to return in one piece this time. But don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Hey, you don't know who I am.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation. Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet-Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land. I have a condition. You must come too.
Why?
You have my thanks.
I was gonna go take a nap. Fiend? Where? Where? Oh, that was great. This world is brimming with ether. I feel invigorated just standing here in the breeze. I'm glad I am to hear that. So, is there any place in particular you wish to see? Perhaps where that food came from? Apple, was it? While I don't expect I'll collapse again, it would be good to know where I can procure more if necessary. Mihan Hanen it is then. I shall introduce you to the head waitress, Mihali. Vashir and Zero now accompany you. Okay, okay. We could attempt to introduce Zero to Mihan herself, but Mihali is more likely to be available. Oh, that was short and sweet. This is the place? The air is different here, and I speak not of the heat. There's a texture to it, a fullness, unlike that of elsewhere. You smell the cooking, I believe. Hanish cuisine is quite fragrant and delicious. I hope you will agree. Oh, this isn't the... Oh, no, never mind. I was gonna say wrong room, but no, this is the right room. Welcome to Mirad Mihan. Greetings, Millie. May I introduce you to Zero? She's an esteemed guest, and I ask that you see to her every meal during her stay. Oh, yes. Murray told me all. Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you. This was here that Akane obtained the apple. While the palace cooks can prepare whatever you desire, it's certainly a quick and convenient food. I'll remember it. Who are the ones there, moving their bodies about? Is it some ritual related to eating? Yep, that is a ritual related to eating, indeed. The dancers? They move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. It is a form of entertainment, part of our culture. How needlessly complicated. We Voidsent prefer simple pleasures. That may be the way of it now, but your world too must have had some such complicated diversions once. I don't remember. Well, let us move on. I propose we visit the Basian Bazaar, where goods of the world over may be founded. Hope you're ready for the most challenging content in the expansion. Relic weapon grinds. Not me. Final Fantasy XI has probably prepared me for almost anything that this thing will throw at you. In terms of grind. Although I wonder if... I wonder. How long does it take? I'm curious. How long does it take? What are all these things for? What do you do here? This is the marketplace where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Raznahan has served as a trading hub. And here you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tombstones. If there is aught you desire, I shall take care of it. So that's what tombstones are for. Voidsent returned with them on occasion, but I never knew their purpose. They struck me as useless trinkets. I couldn't understand your obsession with them. On that subject, there appears to be no shops in the 13. Do you never make bargains in which possessions are exchanged? We do, but rarely. We strike bargains when we want something done. If we desire an object, we kill whoever has it. Damn. I see. Your bargains may be likened to employment, I believe. I shall bear this in mind. With that, let us continue on. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemia. At FF11's worst time when it came to making the rare weapons in that game, at most it would probably take you 2 years to finish one weapon at its worst. And only out of a group of like 36 people, only one person was getting a weapon. Now, when I did most of mine, it was about 4 to 5 months. What, really? Yeah, no, I'm not joking. So in FF11, what you guys called relic weapons and stuff like that, there is a name called relic weapons. I'm a little bit confused on the terminology in this game. But, so, the base game has relic weapons, which is 1 tier. And then the second expansion, the first and second expansion don't have any, or they didn't add any. The third expansion added the second variety, which is called mythic weapons. And the way you get that is completely different from the first. The fourth expansion didn't add any. And then there was these add-ons that they introduced called Abyssia. They introduced the third version of them called Empyrean weapons. So they're like the third tier of like ultra hard weapons to get. When they came out, they were considered the easiest to obtain. Then the fourth one came out with the free expansion that came out called Rhapsody of Vanadia. They introduced ionic weapons, and again, it's different to obtain those. It's different from all the other ones, the way you do it. And they just actually introduced the last one, or the latest one, called Prime Weapons, and that one's also different from how you get them all. So they all don't follow the same format and way of obtaining. And so just by going by relic weapons. Relic weapons are part of the event that Notorious just mentioned called Dynamic. And each weapon has there are 3 different types of currency, and each weapon will require a different amount for currency for that type. And so to get the currency required, it would take people around 2 real-life years of grinding Dynamis to get the currency amount required. If you didn't buy any of them, which most people didn't, because most people didn't have money. So, and then Dynamis is a 2-hour event that you do twice a week, usually on Wednesday and Sunday, usually. And out of that, it requires anywhere from 18 to 36 people to do. And out of the 18 to 36 people, only one person is getting a weapon. So every 2 years, one person is getting a weapon. It was insanely grindy. So when you saw one, you knew the amount of work that went behind someone getting. It was insane to even see somebody have one at all. Period. And then the mythic weapons, the ones they introduced later, the mythic weapons in the 3rd expansion, they were not easy either. It was a different kind of grind, but that grind was just as bad. But it involved you doing more events. So you had to do like a lot of different events, which all required you to get different points and items and stuff for that weapon. And it was an insane grind. And then after that, the other ones are not as bad, but they're still going to require you like time to do them. Yeah. I've made 3 out of the 5. So when I made them, it took me 4 months because the grind is not as bad as it used to be, but it took me 4 months to do it. And that was back in like 2017. It's probably a little faster now, I'd imagine. Relic weapons is definitely not my kind of content. I don't like grindy content. Yeah, yeah. That's why I say, like, I imagine 11 has prepared me for any grind this game can kind of throw you at. I imagine it's not so bad in comparison. What Master V... Oh, wow. Why, Master Vitra? How may we serve you this morning? If you're here for your vessel, I'm afraid, we're still tending to it. No, there's no rush. Pray, take as much time as you require, and know that I have, complete faith in your work. The High Crucible is home to the finest alchemists. They are the ones who created my body, and can provide you, with the healing as well. Oh, and now that I think of it, you weren't all that surprised when I changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start? That I was a soul occupying a vessel, not my own? It's hardly uncommon in our world, and when given the chance, many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones. Oh, you must be the rumored guest. We'd been most eager to meet you. If you have a moment, would you care to stay for some tea? The sisters know we'd love to hear your tales. No, I've had enough food for now, and can always obtain more without need of inane chatter. Now, no need to decline outright. I dare say you are tired, so let us save it for another time and return to the Magdadula. It aught catches your eye en route. Do not hesitate to say so. Yeah, if you're curious to hear about how you do the other ones, I have no problem sharing. What I like about the Endwalker relics is that the grind is passive. You grind it while doing other stuff. Am I going the right way? No, I'm not. Oh. What we meant by relic weapons is eventually an expansion series to grind to obtain weapons per patch. Now do that for each job. I did Dynamis Sandoria for the first time yesterday. I haven't done Dynamis in like eons. I used to tank it on Paladin long time ago. When they added, I don't know if you remember when they added Atonement to the game, Notorious. But when they did that, I picked up Paladin to go do use it in Dynamis. It was pretty fun. Some sort of fruit. Pitiful things, though. I imagine you need to eat a lot to derive any satisfaction. There are these are mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, most important are the leaves, which we feed to silkworms. Without the creatures, we wouldn't have the silk to make our famous Narvian weave. Furthermore, the bark of the trees is also possesses medicinal properties. You would be hard-pressed to find a more useful plant. Is that so? Aside from food, I wouldn't have considered any other purpose for it. Yes, Master Vitra and Nakane too. If it isn't the young Mira HD, and that must be your sister. Yes, it's all well at the orphanage? Yes, Your Excellency. The other children are really nice. And we've all look out for one another. Oh ho, just the other day, the Stydian came to see us. Everyone was really excited. Truly, a Stydian paid you a visit? That as well. Is she a new friend? Friend? You know what that is? What? You mean you don't? She's a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and is unfamiliar with our language. Then we'll teach you. A friend is someone you like to play with. Play with. I knew she was gonna look at us. Zeno seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? More or less. See, but is having someone play with so fulfilling? I still do not understand why. Why he traversed the great expanse? Why'd he risk his life and limb for you? But I waste energy dwelling on such things. I'm not Xenos, and I stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart. Yet it still piques your curiosity. Sure. I'm sorry, I couldn't explain it well. There's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of your words. Well, we had better get back to our errands. Goodbye. It was nice meeting you. So, through Xenos, I thought I understood the ways of your world. But the more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. It's all so strange, your behavior, your reasons. I find myself baffled at the very turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm learning bit by bit. It was the right decision to join you. Buried memories. A gentle smile plays on Barshiel's lips. I believe Zero's time here has been rewarding. This was in no small part due to your company. My thanks for agreeing to join us. But let us return to the Megla Duda. The only people who complain about Endwalker are the ones who play 16 hours a day. I'm happy I can do stuff playing a quarter of that. Welcome back, Mr. Smachu. Will you be heading inside the guest chamber? I don't get that mentality of playing that long. I would burn out fast. If you're bored of said game, just play something else. Plenty of other games.
So, what are your impressions of Radzatan?
There's a lot of mortals.
Yep.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
Hey, Axel.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all. While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
We are all ears. Please.
Long ago, light filled the world and all was at peace. But then the servants of darkness came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men.
Okay.
Channeling the power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings known as Eidolons.
Eidolons.
The Ascians. And these Eidolons are surely primals.
Then you have faced the same, and understand that when an Eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer.
Yep.
When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They who were blessed with a singular power. The power to bind the ether of Eidolons within crystals known as Memoria.
Okay.
My mother was one such Memoriate. But in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness. As was I.
And so you were born part Void Sent, before the world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass? Did the Memoriates not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed. They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call void sent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Oh, that's nice.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
What are you talking about?
Some
Power
defied
doesn't corrupt.
temptation and held fast to the light. My mother and I among them. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
The stars faded from the heavens as a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality. I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity. Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through. And find my world changed beyond recognition, into the lightless waste you saw.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a void sent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured. We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
A lost world, you say? I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
What are you getting at?
Straight to the point.
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. Be warned that this will take a while.
So, what happened a long time ago was that this old lady thought it was good to split the world into 1545 different pieces, and then she created all these races just cuz. And the main planet was split, yours being one of them. Then cat girls took over the world, and we had to stop them in another world, and then in one world we had to fight.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still...
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. So the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th. But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. After which, some intrepid young souls succeeded in restoring life back to lands thought lost to light. Which gives me cause to hope the day may yet come when life springs forth anew in the 13th. Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean to... But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more. But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone. And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and free Ashdaya. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face Voidsent.
You know how it works. If you want my help, you must pay my price.
Yeah, eat that apple there.
And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more. I will consider this a deposit.
Yo, who put mushrooms on that pizza? Fire that person. That's a waste of pizza ingredients. Though our time in the void was short, we managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives, and it cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have met Zero. But the greatest blessing is nevertheless you, my friend, of course. You, for you, encouragement to embark upon my search anew, and your help in overcoming challenges thus far. What the fuck? The hell was that? Golbez and his minions will seek, Stelmies our efforts. This we can be sure. But with you at my side, I have confidence that we will succeed. That we will find and liberate my sister. That we shall return home together. Nodders. What we got? Pumpkin ratatouille, scallop curry, peach tart. What's a tart? Isn't a tart just a pie? Oh, are we getting Meanwhile in the Legion of Doom? Meanwhile in the Legion of Doom. Oh, it's the Final Fantasy XIV music.
First Scarmiglione, and now Barbaricia. Useless, the both of them.
Barbaricia. Dude, she was not useless. You take that back.
It was no lie. They conspire with a Memoriat.
And their search for the dragon will lead them here. The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them. In order to guarantee success, however, I will require Akamatzu's cooperation. There's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience for scheming.
A scheme.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
In Final Fantasy IV, the flame
Rest
one.
assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow.
In Final Fantasy IV, the fire guy was the strongest one.
Some excitement for a trip.
No sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps. The prison of passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall. What irony that the blessed damned should set us free.
Oh. Okay. We must have completed...
As I swore so long ago.
We must have completed the second updated mission.
The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled.
Oh. And that's the most he... Okay. Yeah, that was the second update of missions. Nice. So now we're on the third update of 5. The 6th one isn't out yet. Nice. If you want extra lore on how the 4 fiends came to be, look for the quest called Shadows Pass in Raznahan. It's not marked as a blue quest, which does have cool lore. Would hate to be Goldbaz in his shoes if he had to use the bathroom. Hearts don't have a top crust, if I remember correctly. They don't have a top... Oh, so they're just like, So it's just a pie about the top? Topless? Huh. Mushrooms belong on pizza and I will die on that hill. You're already dead, so you lost. Well, everybody. We are going to have to continue our playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV's post-game story.
So dance, while I put you in a trance. Let's party.